All righty. We are live. Day 3 of the Combine is about to get underway. Defensive line and linebackers out here today. It's like I'm going to be running solo on this live stream tonight. Shane has had some personal stuff come up. Life happens. So we are going to deal with that this evening. And so it's me, good old Brian Deep Fried Draft, going to be live here. Day 3 of the Combine. Defensive line and linebackers going to get us started today. At some point, we're going to not sure how they're going to split it up. But they're going to split up like edge guys and then interior guys first. I assume that the defensive line will run first, and they'll probably run the linebackers out as one big group. That's the assumption on my part anyway. But we'll see how that goes. Hope to see a lot of you in the chat tonight. Get those comments and questions in. We'll discuss them as we go. And, that's how we're going to roll tonight. I'm anxious to see who actually works out. I think we came in, we noticed Aiden Hutchinson is probably not. Saw some of the measurements and stuff come in. Hutchinson and Carl Aftis had shorter arms than I think, a lot of people were expecting. Thibodeau did not, but he come in lighter than those two. So I guess it's just personal preference, how you see that. So if you're watching us on YouTube or Facebook or Twitter, like I said, leave your comments or whatever, and we'll get to those questions or comments on the coverage of the Combine this evening. Defensive line and linebackers. Who are we looking for today? Who is going to test well? Who do we have questions about that maybe this testing is going to be needed? On the interior defensive line for sure, DeMarvin Leal has fallen out of favor. And a little bit dropping out of that those top spots that he's been in all season. And but he weighed in light today, weighed in like 284 or something like that. So hopefully he can, coming in that lighter weight, he's going to test well. Going to see a lot of the word Georgia here tonight. Trayvon Walker, Devonte Wyatt, Jordan Davis. All these guys are expected to what? Heck, even former Georgia player Jermaine Johnson, Florida State, going to test here tonight as well. Linebackers from Georgia, Quay Walker, Channing Tindall, Nakobe Dean. Nakobe Dean came in sub 6 foot today. Don't know if that's going to have any effect on his draft stock or not. Will we see Devin Lloyd, Utah, test? Hopefully. He said, I'd love to see all these guys test, especially some of these edge guys, man. Boye Mafe, Minnesota, what a Senior Bowl he had. I think if he does test today, it's going to be ridiculous. D'Angelo Malone, Western Kentucky. Another guy, I think probably he and Jeremiah Moon from Florida both think edge rushers in college going to probably transition to linebacker. Monte Sanders is a story today. Cincinnati edge rusher dropped 14 pounds from his way in at the Senior Bowl from 242 to 228. That's interesting. Tells me he better run super fast or that's going to be weird if he doesn't. I hope Kayvon Thibodeau comes out here and gives it a go. I want to see that today. I clowned on Tyreek Smith all last night, while watching Trevor Penning go because he was basically victim to Trevor Penning all week during the Senior Bowl. So he'll be out here later. We'll see how he goes. Texas A&M got a few guys out here today. Tyree Johnson, edge rusher. We're going to see his name. Michael Clemens, another one that'll be here. I mentioned DeMar Leal, Jaden Peavy. Four defensive linemen from Texas A&M going to test here. And we'll also see their linebacker, Aaron Hansford, who played at the Senior Bowl. So a lot of Aggies here today, as well as Georgia Bulldogs. One guy near and dear to me, of course, is Kingsley Enigmar, South Carolina, the former Gamecock here. He wants to get his name amongst the top edge rushers. Well, he's going to need to show out well today as well. So we'll see. As I mentioned earlier, Shane not going to be with us tonight. He'll be tweeting live as he can. So follow him on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. I don't know if he'll be tweeting from there or the @Draft Countdown Twitter account, but you should probably be following both of them by now if we're going to be honest, as well as at Deep Fried Draft. Follow me as well. Getting that quality draft content from here on out. So when I need to take a break, I'm going to have a little musical interlude here to keep you guys occupied. Got the old NFL primetime music queued up, ready to go for when I got to, duck out. But, that hopefully that won't happen too often. But I'm also hoping this doesn't go 6 hours like it did over 6 hours like it did last night, but it probably will. So we'll see. I'm going to give it my best, give it my all, and try to bring you guys some quality interaction here. Like I said, if you are following live, just send those comments in be it on Facebook, Twitter, or here live in the YouTube chat. It's going to be a night. I've never done this solo this long, so it's going to be interesting. Like I said, if I start stammering and it's just bear with me, guys. This is new experience for me trying to talk for this long. But for sure, we're gonna. I do have Shane's. If you did, it went up the other day on Thursday, I believe. His 40-yard dash times predictions for the edge rushers, defensive line, and linebackers. I'll be referencing that as we go along tonight. So he was pretty accurate on the running backs for the most part. A few hits and misses there. Another guy I think is going to test super well tonight, Dominique Robinson, Miami, Ohio. I talked about it last night a little bit. Former wide receiver, converted to edge rusher, not generally the path you see those guys take. So that leads me to believe he should be a really good athlete. He had a good week at the Senior Bowl as well. Like I said, Aidan Hutchinson not going to test. We know that. Neither is George Karlaftis. They're going to wait till their pro days. Hope David Ajabo, another guy who potential first rounder at edge. Hope to see him get out there on the field. Although I wouldn't surprise me if he also waited. Guy I wanted to see at the Senior Bowl, but bailed out. I guess I'm gonna assume injury. Azizi Otamiwo, Minnesota. Don't know. Haven't really hit the tape on him yet because, I was going to do it before the Senior Bowl, and then he dropped out, so I never really went back to it. So if he tests tonight, and let's see how he goes. Do I need to go back to the tape? Do I need to watch this guy? I know he's got his fans out there, so it's something I'll hit back. Some guys that maybe we don't know a whole lot about out here tonight. Jeffrey Gunter, Coastal Carolina. How's he going to look stacked up against these guys? So we'll see that. Sam Williams, Ole Miss, going to be out there tonight. One of the leading sack guys in the SEC this year. Big time production. Came into the Senior Bowl late. Drake Jackson kind of fell off the map a little bit. So we'll see. Let's see. All right, we're getting ready to go with these 40s here now. And special teams, guy. What are we doing? Special teams? Who is this? Is this Shane's guy, the long snapper? Yes, it is. Cal Adamitis. Long snapper. We get long snapper 40s out here before what looks like the first group of defensive linemen. So long snapper 40, 172, 10-yard split, 497 40 Cal Adamitis as the only draftable long snapper, if you consider long snappers draftable. I don't. Shane does, though. Long snappers. Marcus Edelin, it's a very deep draft for defensive line, linebacker, safety. Any team will get talent up to the 5th round, maybe even beyond. Marcus, to be honest, very deep group. Nick Benito, edge, Oklahoma. 6'3", 248 listed here. Shane predicted 4.5 flat 40 for Benito. That looked quick. 161, 10-yard split, 4.6, 240 for Nick Benito. Shane a little off on that one. Benito's talented, though. But could get lost in that shuffle. Now we're definitely we're mixing them here. We're not separating the big guys and the little guys. We're running them all together. So Matthew Butler, Tennessee, almost 6'4", 297-pounder. Definitely a guy I've got to go back to the tape on. Haven't watched much of Matthew Butler. That was a 173-10 split. Big guy finishes 5.04 on his first 40-yard dash. Now, remember, these times are all unofficial, and this has been a point of contention amongst people watching it. These unofficial times on Thursday came in much faster than the official times, and then last night, the unofficial times were slower than the official times. It's been a weird deal. So everybody out there hoping that we can get this figured out. Zachary Carter, is he an edge? Is he a interior defensive line prospect? 6'4", 282. He's a talent. I know that. So Carter, a little slow to get off, 173, 5.03 40 there for Zachary Carter. So ideally, you want that quick 10-yard split. That's what we're looking for. Oh, here we go now. Jordan Davis, 6'6", 341. I have heard tales of potentially sub 4.9 40 for Jordan Davis at 341. This is what people have said. Now, we'll see if that is what ends up being the case. But Davis has to prove, that he can be more than just a 2-down run plugger. We want to see can he, the pass rush skills just, justify what would be high draft capital. $168 on the split. Whoa, Jesus. 4.8240 for Jordan Davis. Oh, my goodness. 341 pounds, unofficial, 4.8240. Wow. That is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Jordan Davis. Noah Ellis, 6'4", 1/4, 346 from Idaho, played in the Shrine game. He'll have to start over as he got a jump. Bad jump there from Noah Ellis. And as I've said for 2 nights now, you get generally speaking, if you false start, your time does not end up being great. So we'll see. 1.88 10-yard split is poor. 5.6 240 is poor. Not great for Noah Ellis there. He's no Jordan Davis, that's for sure. Jesus. Jim Nagy, Senior Bowl director, on his stopwatch had Jordan Davis at 4.78 in the 40. Neil Farrell, St. Paul's High School here in Mobile. Pretty solid as a Senior Bowl, man. 6'4", 330-pounder from LSU. I thought he was better at the Senior Bowl than his tape was, but he's, some work ethic questions with Farrell. 188 split, 5'4", 240 for Neil Farrell. But yes, that has been the question. That is him. Does he put the time in? But yeah, that time from Jordan Davis, that's going to be what's going to. That will be what the NFL world is talking about. Haskell Garrett, 6'2", 300, kind of a forgotten guy. Ohio State, if you can be a forgotten guy from Ohio State. He doesn't get a whole lot of pub, it seems. 185 split for Garrett, 525 on that 40 for the big man. Yes, Dwayne, I agree. That is insanity for a 341-pound man to be able to move that fast. Should not happen. But it did. Just crazy. Here's a guy. This guy can play right here, baby. Logan Hall, 6'6", 283. Going to be a guy who you can line up on first and second down, can play that edge, and then pass downs, can kick inside for you and give you that pass rush from the interior. You like to see that. And Logan Hall, I don't like him as much as I did Peyton Turner last year. As everybody knows, I was a big fan of Peyton Turner. Was my ninth overall prospect last year. Logan Hall, 173 on the split, 4.9, 440. I feel like those are good times, but it's just everything's going to get lost after Jordan Davis did what he did. Yeah, unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Christopher Hinton, father Chris Hinton, Colts legend, once traded for John Elway. That is basically his claim to fame. He was also a damn fine football player too. But his son on the line here, 6'3", 305, defensive lineman from Michigan. .174 on his split. 5'2", 40 for Christopher Hinton. I know Shane, I believe, is a bigger fan of Hinton than I am. Shane also went 4.87 for Hinton on his 40 projection. Here we go. Here's another guy I think is going to test super well. And what power he showed at the Senior Bowl, man. Just one-arming these centers and guards into the backfield. Travis Jones, 325, 6'4", huge, great athlete, I believe. 176 on his split, 490. Wow. Travis Jones, man. I think he's a first-round pick. I really do. I think he's played his way with his tape and the Senior Bowl and what he's going to do here at the Combine. I think Travis Jones has played his way into the first round. In my last mock draft I released last Monday, had him going 17th overall to the Chargers. All right, this is big here for DeMarvin Leal, 6'3" and 7/8, 283, 174 split, 501 40. I would think, at that size, I'd like to have seen him run a little. Leal, tape was up and down this year, man, for sure. And he's not going to be my defensive line one after this is all over with. But so Jaden Peavy here, Texas A&M. Gonna have to run this one again. Peavy probably a day 3 guy, following his teammate Leal here. But like I said, inconsistent take this year for Leal's kind of pushed him down into that late first, early second round. Big fan. I am a fan of Malone. I think he's a top 100 player. I think he's running with the linebackers, if I'm not mistaken. .192 split for PV. 5.42 40. Shane has been generous on these times, it looks like. Yeah, everybody everybody watching that Jordan Davis. That you'll see that 40 broadcast a lot over the next day. Quick check of the Twitter machine. Let's look at Jordan Davis's current RAS card. Size, height, elite, weight, elite, 40-yard dash, elite, projected splits, elite. Yeah. Yes, it is. Wow. But yeah, let's not sleep on that time for Travis Jones either, though, folks. That's pretty good. There's going to be people that like Travis Jones more than Jordan Davis, despite what we just saw, just because they think he's a better pass rusher. And I might end up there, to be honest, when my evaluations are all said and done. Kentley Platt at MathBomb, creator of RAS, tweeted out list of players and then his entire RAS database. Now remember, this goes back to 1987. Players who weigh more than 340 pounds with a 40 of 4.85 or better. That list, Jordan Davis. That's it. Only player on that list of a database that goes back to 1987. Insane. Again, Shane not with us this evening due to some stuff, but he is tweeting right now. Follow him on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. He's live tweeting these 40s. So follow along with him as well as you're following along with me. As we're going to go bell to bell here on the night 3 of the NFL Combine from Indianapolis. Is this going to be the last year it's in Indy? Let me put that out there for the people watching and in chat. Do you care if they leave Indianapolis for the Combine? Will it affect you? Like, do you want to see it move? I mean, I personally don't. But, just because I just don't see the point in moving it. But does it bother you? We'll just hear it out. Let's hear it out and see what you have to say about it in chat or on Twitter as we wait for them to come back and get caught up on these 40s. Devonte Wyatt, the other Georgia defensive lineman, was scheduled to run before they went to commercial break. Looks like we're going to get caught up on that now. Here's John Ridgway from Arkansas, former Illinois State player, 181 split, 5.42 40 for Ridgway. Oh, here we go. Perion Winfrey, what a Senior Bowl he had, was the overall game MVP, tremendous interior pass rusher. That was a quick kill. 1.68-10 split. Wow. 4.86 40 for Perion Winfrey, but he looks like he come up a little ginger on that first run. But, man, that was getting it. And Devonte Wyatt here, Georgia, 1.66-10 split for Wyatt, 4'8", 440 for what are they doing with these Georgia defensive linemen? Wow. And we get the long snapper here, his second run, Cal Automitis, 502 on his second run. Nick Benito, fastest of this group. Why is he with this group? That makes no sense. He's an edge. Why is he with the big guys? 460, his second roll, 159-10 split. That's great. Matthew Butler, second run, the Tennessee interior, 506, a little slower than his first. Zachary Carter, 503 on his first run. Let's see if he can come in a little bit better this time. No, he does not. 505 on his second run. 174 split. And we're back live now. Neil Farrell from LSU. Yeah, this ain't the Georgia training staff that does this. This is these are these paid training facilities like Exos and some of these others. They have one in Pensacola nearby that these guys train at. That's where they're getting this training. This doesn't come from the University of Georgia. This is manufactured training, but they all do it. So, all right, here's Neil Farrell, 5.42 on that first run. Got to tell you, Farrell looking a little sloppy. Not that I should talk about anybody looking sloppy, for God's sake, but Neil Farrell, 5.46 on that second run, 190, 10-yard split. Haskell Garrett now. Shane out here wanting to get the Jordan Davis, Kyron Williams simulcam going. Nobody wants to see that, Shane. Jeez. It's not fair to Kyron Williams. Haskell Garrett trying to improve on that 5.25. $5.13. Wow, that's a big improvement there for Garrett. 182, 10-yard split. Here we go. Logan Hall. Mentioned earlier, I'm a big fan of his. PFF Austin Gale tweeted out Joey Bosa, Jordan Davis both had the same 160, 168, 10-yard split for comparison's sake. .488 second run for Logan Hall. It's a little bit better. Yeah, that you have with Jordan Davis, the argument's going to be, is the value there in the first round for it's just a pure nose tackle if you consider him to be a pure nose. And so that's the argument you have to make, because if you do consider him a pure nose, then in my opinion, that's not first round value. I had the same feeling for Dexter Lawrence a couple of years ago, and he went 14th overall. Hinton, second run, 5.32, a little slower. 181 split. All right, here's DeMarvin Leal back up here again. Is it Leal or Leal? I don't know. Well, I guess we'll have to wait till after commercial to find out about whether DeMarvin Leal can run. But yeah, that's definitely the argument with Jordan Davis. To get back to that, I mean, do you value the nose tackle if you consider him to be a pure nose? And if you do, then yeah, sure, somebody with his athleticism is definitely going to be worth a first-round pick. But how many teams do that anymore? How many teams value that guy? I'm the two. Am I the two down live streamer here, Shane? Is that what you're trying to say? No, appreciate that, Shane. But yeah, so that's where it's at. Is there more value in a guy like Perry and Winfrey, or Travis Jones, or some of these, or even Devonte Wyatt? You know, these other guys that, you know, offer more of the maybe the pass rush upside, and that's where you're going to have to make that decision if you're a team and you're going to spend that high draft capital on these guys. So that's that's for NFL teams to make that decision. Dice spam commenter. Why y'all got to spam people, man? That's not cool. It's not cool. So tomorrow we'll be looking at the DBs, and you know we'll talk a little bit more about that later for sure. Definitely want to see some more of these edge guys out here, which makes me I'm just curious how they've got this split up now, because there's a lot of names I haven't seen come across the board, guys I don't think are injured. So I guess we'll have to, you know, see how these groups are split up. Maybe they're trying to do smaller groups today. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But some other guys that I didn't see, maybe they just didn't run. I didn't see DJ Davidson, Kalia Davis, Jonathan Ford, Jordan Jackson from Air Force, who I think is a talented player. Otito Ogbanya, UCLA, Marquand McCall, Kentucky, Myron Tagovailoa, Moza, Notre Dame, Isaiah Thomas, Oklahoma, Ioma Uzurike, Trayvon Walker, who's another guy, which he may be with the edge. Maybe that's what maybe these guys are all with the edge. So I guess we'll wait and see on that. Or maybe, like I said, maybe some of them are hurt. All right, let's catch up on some more 40s here. DeMarvin Leal, 501 first run, 506 second run. I feel like he needed to do better. 175 splits, not bad. Jaden PV 542 on that first run. 535 on the second. 184 split. John Ridgway, 532. So he knocks a 10th off of his run. 542 first, 532 second, 180 split, 180 split. Devonte Wyatt, second run. Here we go. 480 on the second run. Insane. 166, 10-yard split. Does not look like Travis Jones or Perry and Winfrey ran again, which I get it with Winfrey, because he looked like he come up a little lame on his run. But unofficial 10-yard splits, Nick Benito, like I said, I don't know why he's with this group, but a 159. All right, here we got a little simulcam here. Who we got? Jameis Winston, Baker Mayfield, Jordan Davis. Well, this is just sad. Jordan Davis smokes them all. Yeah, these next 2 days are basically just going to be a recruitment video for Kirby Smart and the Georgia program. because I think they've got like 3 or 4 DBs. Somebody lost a chain there. Whoever they're showing the highlights, running, just cut off his charm on his chain as he was going, then lost the chain about 30 yards down the field. And we're back to commercial again. So, okay. Appreciate that, NFL. No, it's going to be that kind of day. Looks like we're setting up. We'll be setting up for the field drills. I'll do my best. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm not the best describing some of these drills. I'm going to do my best. Shane much better at explaining some of that stuff. But we'll see what happens when they get out on the field and start that up. So if you're not watching us on YouTube, or if you are but aren't subscribed to the channel, we'd ask you to subscribe to the channel, our YouTube channel, youtube.com/TheDraftCountdown. Like the videos, share them out. Give us a thumbs up on the old vids. Hit the notification bell so you get notified when we go live for these live streams. Follow us on Twitter. Follow all of us on Twitter. Follow Draft Countdown @Draft Follow me on Twitter @DeepFriedDraft. Follow Shane on Twitter @Shane P. Hallam. If Facebook is your thing, you can find us on there. Facebook.com/DraftCountdown. We also have an Instagram account and a TikTok account too, also listed as Draft Countdown. We're not on those a lot though. We probably should be, but we're not as much as we should be. Twitter is mostly where is our main social media presence for Draft Countdown. We've got a lot of content. We've just been jam-packed with combine coverage. I've the last 2 days I've had recaps of the days go up. The first one went up about 30 minutes before I came on here for air. So go back and check those out, man. I'd appreciate that. We got some mock drafts, a big mock draft coming up on Monday. Shane's back with his latest 7-round 2022 mock draft. Got a feeling some of these names you're seeing today going to be going pretty high in that mock draft. So look for that on Monday. I've been doing some individual team mock drafts. I've got about 6 or 7 of those up. You can go check those out under the team mock draft category at Draft Countdown. Later this week, we let's take a peek and see let's let everybody know what we got coming up here at Draft Countdown. Following the combine on Monday, you'll see Shane, like I said, Shane's 2022 7-round mock draft coming up on Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, me and Shane both will lay out for you who's up and who's down after the combine. So look for that. And then on Thursday and Friday, we'll both be dropping new big boards with our rankings, showing how our rankings have been adjusted from the combine. Then on Sunday, you'll get the consensus big board, which will combine both of our boards together to show you, where me and Shane are as far as that goes. On Saturday, a week from today, you'll get 2 new team mock drafts from me, and you'll start seeing those more consistently coming out. Shane's going to start dropping some player comp articles here coming up. So a lot of good stuff coming from Draft Countdown. So make sure you bookmark that page, draftcountdown.com. Check it every day. Daily content every day at draftcountdown.com from us. And if you do subscribe to our YouTube channel, you know that every Wednesday night we go live at 8 Central, 9 Eastern, every Wednesday night, where we have a podcast each week. We've had some good guests on here lately, leading up to the Senior Bowl, leading up to the Combine. Coming up next Wednesday, we'll basically be discussing the fallout from the Combine. We'll preview the new league year that'll be starting here pretty soon. Get a little preview into free agency a little bit. and have that. That one is also available on audio. The audio for that goes up every Wednesday night after the podcast. You can subscribe to us on Apple or Spotify or wherever you get podcasts. You can find the Draft Countdown podcast there. And if you do follow us there, we hope that you're giving us a 5-star review and a good rating and all that good stuff, so more people can find the audio version of the podcast. All right, here we go. We're on the field now, and I feel like this is going to be the same offense, the deal the offensive lineman did, the wave drill, where they start flat on their back. Well, no, they start on their stomach here, and this is they're just the coach is pointing, and then they're running, trying to change direction. Nick Benito is not having a good go with this. Didn't look like he kind of struggled a little bit. Matthew Butler, a little high. I don't think you want to be this high, right, in this drill. It doesn't feel like that. It looks like you want to be a bit more compact than what Matthew Butler is out here. 5 sacks in 2021 for Butler, though, at Tennessee. Zach Carter, 9 tackles for loss each of the last 2 seasons. 9+. Well, he falls down a little bit trying to change direction. Has not looked great, these first 3 guys out here. Here's DJ Davidson. Didn't run the 40, so that answers that question from earlier. Big guy. Played at the Shrine game. I don't feel like any of these guys are feeling too comfortable out there. Jordan Davis, see how he looks. He looks fast. Maybe I'm just following this drill wrong. Maybe they're not supposed to be lower. I don't know. Here's Neil Farrell now. Led the SEC interior defensive lineman in run stops per PFF. Lost his pants there a little bit. Jonathan Ford, Miami didn't run the 40. He looks stout, though. All right, we're going to have a wardrobe issue here before long if these guys keep this up. That's not good. Haskell Garrett now. Yeah, this is much different than the offensive line version of this drill. They're running the crap out of these guys, man. They're running them, 30 yards side to side, which I guess is good because, this shows off, can you get sideline to sideline chasing down that ball carrier? So you want to run them. Here's Logan Hall, man. This guy looks fast. He looks good in this drill here. That's a good job by Logan Hall. Christopher Hinton now up. Not bad. Not great, not bad. Only 2 sacks in the career for Christopher Hinton. Man, Travis Jones, such a big guy, moves so quick. How does that guy get to UConn, right? Why is this guy not, at a more prominent school? DeMarvin Leal got caught guessing there. Hasn't been a good start to his day. Fedarian Mathis from Alabama just did this drill. 9 sacks this year for Mathis. He didn't run the 40. Neither did McCall. So McCall's a big guy, just fell down. Yeah, go watch that Chattanooga, Kentucky game. This big guy McCall, who's just showed the Lucas Oil Stadium the full moon there, did Marquand McCall. So we got that going for us. We're now a PG-13 broadcasts here on the NFL Network. Otito Ogbanya didn't run the 40, but out here on the drill. So it looks like we had a lot of guys skip the 40. Jaden Peavy now. Now we got John Ridgway. 4 tackles for loss, 2 sacks this year for the former Illinois State Redbird, now Arkansas Razorback. Was down at the Senior Bowl in Mobile. It's just kind of there. You know. Didn't overwhelm or underwhelm. Here's Iyami Uwazurike. Didn't run the 40. But out here on the field drills, first team all Big 12 selection this year, Uwazurike. Here's Devonte Wyatt. Now, this should be quick. He's trying to guess. Can't do that. These coaches get mad and then they just work you to death when you try to guess which way you're going. And it slows you down. Just go. Looks like that's going to end that drill. See what they got coming up next. Like we're getting some old stuff here. Trying to see who they're showing here. It's Deron Payne. Yeah. Former Alabama player. They're showing how that wave drill, you know, kind of looks on the field. So, looks like we're trying to see if we're heading back to commercial again. No, I'm not sure yet. They're setting up the next drill to get on the field here. Oh, we're going over some bags. So this is they lay it. There's 4 bags on the field, and this is a footwork drill. So you're going over each bag and then in between the bags, backwards, forwards, and then shoot out. This is just meant to show agility and, don't trip over the bags, right? Keep your head up. Don't look down. And go. Simple as that. Not bad for Matthew Butler there. Yeah, you don't want to look. They don't want you to look down. They don't want you to look at your feet. They want you to keep your head up always. Always head up. Zachary Carter got called. So now he's got to start over. Yep, needs to keep his head up, looking down. Not the best there. DJ Davidson now. Big guy got some light feet. That's not bad. That is not bad at all from DJ Davidson right there. Big guy got over those bags quick, got through them. Here's Jordan Davis. That was good stuff. Good stuff from Jordan Davis right there, as one would expect. Now we got Neil Farrell. Like you said, he's not the fastest cat, but he needs to better condition himself, man. That's my main problem with Neil Farrell is just, he's out of shape. How dependable can he be? There's Jonathan Ford again. Here's Haskell Garrett. Very quick there from Garrett. Good job getting through the bags. And he's out. Logan Hall. Quick, fast, man. That's good. Good. So a little out of control there a little bit, man. Maybe a little bit more in control. Logan Hall needs to be. Here's Christopher Hinton back. And he's out. Good job there for Hinton. Does not look like Jordan Jackson is working out from Air Force. Here's Travis Jones, this guy. Oh, no. Travis Jones falls on his butt. Not great. Just got a little over himself there and took a tumble. Not sure I've ever seen that before, to be honest. And that was quick there from DeMarvin Leal. Fedarian Mathis taking those big steps. Marquand McCall is going to be that nose tackle that you pick on late on day 3, you know. If you need some depth at that position, you're going to draft that guy. Ogbanya had a good Senior Bowl week. Atito Ogbanya from UCLA. He was a problem during the practices. Not the best go with that from Jaden Peavy. Haven't seen a whole lot from him today that really sticks out positively. Here's John Ridgway, Arkansas. Another guy that if you're drafting day 3 depth pieces for defensive line, he's might be there. Here's Uwazurike, who I think has some high upside. Potentially. 9 sacks this year, 12 tackles for loss. And here's Devonte Wyatt to wrap up this drill. I expect this to go quickly, and it does. He had a little stumble over that second bag, but he's fine. Good job from Devonte Wyatt. And we're done with the agility, with that bag agility drill. Uh-oh. They're busting out the football on a stick now, fellas. Football on a stick. Heading on the field. So we're going to see these guys run around the big bags here, and we're going to test some explosion and all that coming up. So what's everybody think about these guys so far, right? We've seen 3 drills now and the 40s. So where are we at on these interior defensive linemen, excluding Nick Benito, who should not be with this group? So where are we at on that, fellas? Let me know in the comments, and we'll talk about it while we're on a commercial break here. Or hit us up on Twitter. Holy cow. So official times have come in on the 40, and Jordan Davis, 4.78 official, comes in faster than his unofficial time. So we still haven't figured that out yet, apparently. But 4.78 official 40 time for Jordan Davis at 340 pounds. Holy cow. So now curious to see how that's going to, as we wait maybe for see more official times, but see how this, we got the edge group will be coming up next, I assume, after we finish the field drills up. As we're 1 hour in now. We had the defensive lineman 40, I guess, the defensive line and plus Nick Benito, 40s run. So I think some of these edge guys are going to work out at linebacker, like D'Angelo Malone and Jeremiah Moon. We'll see, I guess, officially later what we get with those guys. So the new league year, I believe, when is the new? Let's see what the official start date is. So coming up here on beginning at 12 noon on March the 14th, which is a week from Monday, teams can start negotiating contracts with free agent players. That's called the legal tampering period. And that's when you'll see all the contracts basically start getting reported out and all that. Those contracts, of course, can't become official until 4 p.m. Eastern on March the 16th. That is when the official league year and free agency period begins for the NFL. So that's coming up here soon. So here we're doing the drill here where you're just getting around 3 bags or 2. You're slapping the bag, getting around them as quickly as you can. We're coming up on the end of this drill now. Devonte Wyatt. You want to see the hand. This is basically to test that your hand usage, the power to get off the block and get around the edge. Not really pertinent for these guys, I guess, because not many of them are going to be on the edge. I think Logan Hall will be, Nick Benito will for sure, but most of these guys are going to be interior rushers. So we're coming around the left side now. And Benito fell down a little bit coming around this other side. But, yeah, you want to see that power with your hand. They want to see you slap that bag hard. You want to use that right hand, get around the edge. A little quick there from Zach Carter. Here's DJ Davidson, the bespectacled defensive tackle from Arizona State. Now Jordan Davis, violent hands. That's what you want to see. First team All-American selection this year. Jonathan Ford, player I don't know a whole lot about. Got to go back on his tape a little bit. Try to get my eyes on him a little bit before, we wrap this process up. There's Haskell Garrett. That was Logan Hall, and that's as quick as I expect him to be getting around there, man. He's fast. He's going to be a talented player in the NFL. I don't expect him to go in the first round like his teammate Peyton Turner did a year ago, but I think he could be on that late day 2 track. Travis Jones, like I said earlier, I'm expecting him to be in round 1. Is DeMarvin Leal still in round 1? I think it's borderline at this point. Fedarian Mathis from Alabama, like I said, big sack numbers this year. G10 asked, do I think Travis Jones makes it to 56? No. I had him going 17 in my last mock draft. That tells you anything, G10. So I do not think he's going to get to 50. I don't think he's getting out of the first round for sure. Maybe not for sure, but it's going to be tough. Fedarian Mathis could make it to 56. And I did a Seattle Seahawks mock draft earlier this week. I had him going 48 to them. So I think he's in that 48 to bottom of the second round range, though, for sure, for Mathis. He's much more likely to make it to that pick than Travis Jones. Devonte Wyatt, another one now. Back end of round one type of positioning for himself. So we're set up another drill here. While we're waiting on that, we'll talk about the other things coming up in the world of the NFL. On that same day when the league year opens, that's when trades become, available. Will we see any veteran for draft pick trades? That's coming up. Coming up this week, March the 8th, I think is that Tuesday? Yes, on Tuesday is the deadline for teams to designate franchise or transition players. Nobody at this point has been designated with the franchise tag. G10 watching in Ireland, man, that's awesome. We had Paris, France in the comments last night. Now we got Ireland. We truly are global here at Draft Countdown, man. That is awesome. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching out there. That is cool stuff. Yeah, no player's been designated with the franchise tag up to this point. I expect the Bengals to designate Jesse Bates with the franchise tag if they somehow cannot work out a long-term deal with him between now and Tuesday, because he's definitely not leaving the building. So what kind of drill do we have here? We're going around these bags. Benito has fallen down again. So we got 5 bags here. And you're basically weaving out in and out of the bags, slapping them, spinning, slap, around, tackle. All right, so we're slapping bag 1, we're spinning bag 2, slapping bag 3, bending around 4, and tackling bag 5. All right. Now that I know how that goes. So I guess this is just showing the versatility of pass rush moves, right? And I'll tell you, man, that was a nice little bend there from DJ Davidson around that 4th bag. He's impressive here today, on these field drills. Not a good run through there by the Bednarik Award winner Jordan Davis. Neil Farrell made no effort to bend around that bag at all. None. Now we got Jonathan Ford. These guys are struggling with the spin move, man. Spinning around this second cone, this second bag here. They're a lot of these guys probably never done the spin move before. You can tell. It's not in their repertoire. That's a good bend there by Haskell Garrett. And that's, to be honest, that seems to be the bag that I've got my most interest in. Is that bag? Can show me that you can bend, dip and bend around that bag. That's what I want to see. Like Logan Hall did there. Here's Hinton. He's got some punch in those hands. That's good to see. Travis Jones. Good job there. by Jones. Travis Jones did show off a nice spin in those Senior Bowl practices, though. And Leal falls down trying to bend around the fourth. Excuse me. This is not going well for DeMarvin Leal today. So this tells me I am definitely behind in moving him down my rankings. I'm going to have to get caught up on that here pretty quick. You'll definitely see him adjusted on my big board that's coming out next week. Fedarian Mathis did a good job of dipping around that last bag. Not bad from Agbanya. Jaden Peavy. Come on, man. Not good there from Peavy. Here's John Ridgway. Solid. He kind of looks like that country built guy. Yeah. Not a gym rat for sure, but country strong, as they say. Devonte Wyatt going to finish up this drill. Serious. Oh, man, that was smooth. God, that was smooth getting around that fourth bag, man. Looks like they're going to let Benito give it another go because he fell down. He might be the only one of these guys that's actually done a spin move before. Zach Carter going to go again. And he falls down again. And Leal going to go again because he fell down. A little bit better this time. All right, so that's going to end that drill. They had four guys with do-overs. All right, so we're going to head to commercial. I'm going to dip out for just a second, fellas. So I'm going to leave you guys with some tunes. All right, we are back. Back, and we're running these circles here. We've got a couple big hula hoops out on the ground there, just showing your get off. Can you pick up you're picking up some towels, running around. It's basically a figure eight you're making around these big hula hoops. Just showing your balance, showing you can get around the cones and how explosive you are. I mean, I'm sure there's some fundamental, reason for all this and the like. So here's a note from Eric Galco. Notes that that's the 4.78 from Jordan Davis official is the eighth best interior defensive line 40-yard dash time ever. The 7 players ahead of him on that list, Jordan Davis outweighs them by 35 pounds. So it's incredible. That time. Looks like Devonte Wyatt's official 40 comes in at 4.77, just ahead of his teammate Jordan Davis, which is still that's crazy as well. We're still doing these hoops, it looks like. It's like Jonathan Ford's probably doing it again because he must have fell down. Starting to get some of the broad jump times leaked out from the edge rushers. We're just basically getting some Georgia, some Devonte Wyatt highlight packages there, showing it from the Senior Bowl where he just was dominant and he's just looked so explosive here in all of these drills. He's looked great, getting around these hoops there, just super quick. Well, apparently my cat Storm has been in here with me the whole time and I didn't know it. So there you go. First appearance of Storm in the last 3 days. The combine coverage here. Just a second, let me step away. She was apparently hiding behind the curtain, I guess. So, what can you do, right? So, we're getting ready for another drill. Not sure which one. So we'll find out in just a second. So this is a body control drill, they're telling me here. I'm trying to see how they just showed Nick Benito, so I'm trying to get an eye here. So there's like a bunch of cones set up. You're charging the coach. He's telling you to shoot out. Then you go around one way. Then you go around the cone. So this is just showing off your balance. Can you change direction? So they have a bunch of cones set up, and like the players lined up in between the front 2 cones, and then the coach, blow the whistle or whatnot. And then he'll charge the coach. The coach will tell him to fire out either left or right after he gets about 5 yards, and then he goes around the cone and then finishes out. This is basically just, you're changing direction. And how quickly can you, so this is basically, I would like this, or you're on full charge and it's a screen. You got to get out of there and go get the ball carrier. And that's kind of what I'm looking at with, what you're trying to see with this drill is how quickly can you figure it out what's happening, and you got to go out and make a play. That's what I think they're trying to show with this drill here. Haskell Garrett seems to have switched to pants. For the rest of our sakes, I hope Marquand McCall has as well. Logan Hall looks in great shape, man. He looks really put together. So does Christopher Hinton, for that matter, for a big 300-plus pounder. Travis Jones. What a guy this guy is, man. Phenomenal athlete. That was quick there from DeMarvin Leal. One of the better drills I've seen him do so far. Fedarian Mathis didn't run the 40, as we said earlier, but has done all the field drills here. I don't know if he's doing all the other testing. Yeah, Jaden Peavy now. And John Ridgway up from Arkansas here. We had Uwazurike listed as an edge for the longest time. I don't know why. He's over 300 pounds. He's definitely an interior guy. Devonte Wyatt, man, so quick. This guy. Going to be hard to keep him, man, especially if he continues to test as well as he has. Going to be hard to keep him out of that first round, man, for sure. So, yeah, that's exactly what they're showing now. This drill that they're doing is basically, running back's escaping. I got to go get him. And that's case kind of what they're doing here with this drill to change the direction. They're showing that now with these highlight packages of now they're re-showing Jordan Davis's ridiculous 40 time. So basically now we're on screen. We're getting some Jordan Davis love on the vids there for good reason, no doubt about it. So I'm not sure if that was the last drill or not, or if we're just kind of like vamping until we get another set of bags or something set up out there. Yeah, that was Kenny Clark they were showing from the Packers. That drill translation. They got Willie McGinnis and Cam Jordan, the Saints defensive end, out there, talking about, what they're seeing on the field. Cam Jordan looks like he's auditioning, to be the next player up on the analyst coverage. That worked out well for Greg Olson. He did this combine coverage for years now, and he's probably about to be Fox's number one color analyst. So, yeah, we might. I assume we're done with the first group of defensive line drills. There, we're about an hour 22 minutes in here from the coverage, so that times it about right. I just showed an NFL research tweet that Jordan Davis's 10-yard split quicker than Jarvis Landry. Not really sure how to take that, to be honest. Not really a good look for Jarvis Landry, but the fact that he's played in the league as long as he has with the poor athletic testing that he had coming out is a testament, to him as a player, I guess. But he was he did not test well at all coming out of LSU that year. And we are back to commercial here on the NFL Network coverage. So yeah, I believe that group is done. So we're going to transition to these edge guys who we all expect this to be another ridiculously athletic group, and we've seen that a lot here at the Combine so far. This has been just a crazy athletic acquisition of players they've got here. From the receivers to the running backs last night. Didn't expect some of those running backs to time as well as they did. I mean, we had some athletic QBs, man. So it's the way we're going now. Old and slow, you got to go, right? That's what they say. But some phenomenal athletes for sure in that front defensive line group. It was the two Georgia players, Travis Jones. I'm upset now that I think Perion Winfrey hurt himself on that first 40 attempt because he did not go out there for the field drills, which leads me to believe he's probably not going to test do the other athletic test here, either the vertical and the broad jump that these guys are going to do now, or the shuttles, which, I mean, at this point, I don't know if anybody's doing shuttles anymore. There wasn't a single running back that did the 20-yard shuttle or the 3-cone last night. They're just refusing to do it because of just how late in the day that they end up doing it, and they just don't want to. And like only a handful of receivers did. We had a good number of offensive line do it, but not as many as it used to be. They used to have this event laid out a lot better when it was, basically would start at 7 or 8 in the morning, and end at 3 in the afternoon. These players would participate a lot more when that was the case, but NFL Network has financially decided it's better for them to run it in prime time, I guess, to make it a TV production and whatever. But, so now for a lot of these tests, you now have to rely on pro day timing, which, over the years has gotten a lot better, but it's still inconsistent. You're not getting basically the apples to apples comparison that you get here when they do it in Indianapolis because, it's there. It's everybody's there on the same track doing the same drills in front of the same people. Whereas if you go to such and such pro day, well, not every team might be at this pro day, where every team might be like, because in these pro days, some of them are on the same day. So you can't have all of your personnel like in Oklahoma if LSU or Alabama's having a pro day the same day. So your personnel is going to be split. Where here in Indianapolis, everybody is in the same place. That's just so you want to try to get everybody there. But historically speaking, if you don't get an invite to the combine, your chances to get drafted are cut down significantly, because not everybody here at the combine is going to be drafted, but because there's just too many people here, not enough draft slots. But if you're invited here, it's expected that teams want you. So some of the guys that didn't get a combine invite, they face an uphill battle to even be selected. And almost certainly you won't be selected on the first 2 days. I mean, that's done. If you didn't get a combine invite, you're not getting drafted on day 1 or day 2. And as Shane pointed out, when the combine invites rolled out, your chances to be drafted in rounds 4 and 5 are slim. So most of the guys, if they get drafted, without a combine invite, it's usually in round 6 or 7. A lot of those guys end up, being priority free agents and such. So I didn't see very many what I'd call snubs. There weren't many from this year's event. There were a few, and there was a few I think are going to get drafted, but it's not ideal for sure. So you have to hope that you just completely obliterate your pro day to get everybody's attention. So, yep, the edge rushers are coming up next. Will we see Kayvon Thibodeau run? I guess we'll find out when he comes up to the line. Hutchinson's not going to. Karlaftis is not going to. Ajabo's another one they're waiting to see if he runs. Trayvon Walker is going to. We hope. But he's the other Georgia defensive line product that we expect to test through the roof. So we're getting ready, for those guys. Arnold Ebiketie from Penn State's another one I think we're going to see test really, really well here. I used to see his times. Same for Jesse Lukita, who run with the linebackers later. Lukita had 2 sacks in the Senior Bowl game, which quadrupled his production from Penn State, where he had a half a sack this season, which makes me wonder if, teams are going to evaluate him more as an edge than as, a regular linebacker, because that's where he was playing. He lined up a lot during the Senior Bowl. It was at edge instead of a stand-up backer. Ebiketie is the same, pure edge type guy. So we're going to take another commercial break here, and then I'm assuming we'll get to these edge 40s here when we get back. So let me duck out here for just a second, and we'll be back. And I'm back. So as they're setting up the edge 40s, NFL Network talking about Packers not engaging trade talks for Aaron Rodgers. We'll see. That's kind of a wait and see deal there, I believe. Got some vertical numbers come in here a little bit. Arnold Ebiketie, Penn State, who we said we thought were going to test well, 38-inch vertical. 36.5-inch vertical for Kingsley Enigmar is really good for him. Good number for him. The Gamecock. 10-8 broad jump for Ebiketie as well. So 8th best among edge rushers since 2006. Pretty good. So yeah, those perspective numbers for Ebiketie, both elite jumps for him. Looks like a 36-inch vertical for Aidan Hutchinson, puts him in the 89th percentile of defensive ends. Broad jump 9'9", little that's just kind of average. Karlaftis, no vertical for him, but a 10-1 broad jump. David Ajabo, 10-2 broad jump. So I guess we're still not quite ready for those edge rusher 40s yet. Just making me a little sad here. I keep having to try. I keep thinking we're doing stuff, and we're just not. We're not doing anything at all. But I guess we'll probably be lined up for those guys as soon as we get back. I would imagine. They've had enough time now. So tonight's drink of choice, Gatorade Zero and sweet tea. Yep, that's where I'm at. Gatorade Zero. Probably drink too much of the Dr. Pepper, as you see on my shirt here. So gotta try to get some low-cal drinks in there, I guess, to keep me going. So let's look at some of these edge predictions from Shane that he's got over here from some of the guys we're probably about to see. Fastest player he's got in this group looks like he's projecting 4.48 for Boye Mafe, the Minnesota standout, who 2 sacks in the Senior Bowl game, tremendous pass rusher. 4.49 for Ebiketie, who we talked about earlier. So Shane's expecting his insane numbers to continue. If Kayvon Thibodeau runs, Shane expects him to go 4.54 off the line. We already know Hutchinson and Karlaftis aren't going to run. He was mid 4.6s on both of those guys. Enigmar, 4.82 projection here. I hope he comes in faster than that. I think it'd be good for him to be able to do that. So we'll see. Thanks, everybody. you're following along live on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube. Thanks for joining us tonight here on the third night of coverage, live streaming the NFL Combine 2022 from Indianapolis. I am Brian Bosarge. Follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. I am here in Mobile, Alabama. Normally joined by my partner, Shane P. Hallam. Shane had some things to take care of this evening, so he will not be joining us. He is tweeting from his Twitter account at Shane P. Hallam. So follow that alongside as a companion to your live combine coverage here. As always, also follow Draft Countdown on Twitter at Draft Countdown, draftcountdown.com. Everything you need for the NFL draft coverage, content every single day. We bring it hard at the DC. So the coverage here talking a whole lot about Aiden Hutchinson, who we do not expect to run. We do expect to see him out on the field. He has done the jumps already, so he's at least testing somewhat. Just not going to run the 40 here, I believe. I believe he benched as well. I know Thibodeau did 25 bench press reps, which I thought was really good for him. So we're expecting a lot of these edge defensive linemen to be drafted in the first round. I'm not sure the exact number at this point. I think we're going to see at minimum 4 offensive tackles drafted in round 1, maybe 5. We're going to see with a couple of interior guys. So I think you could see between offensive and defensive linemen, you know, if you count edge and interior guys in one group and all of the offensive linemen, I think you could see over half of the first round this year is going to be trench players. I mean, I think that's what you can expect. And then I think you're going to see at least 5 wide receivers drafted in the first round. You know, so I don't expect any running backs or tight ends to be drafted in the first round. I think you're going to see at least 4 to 5 corners, maybe 1 to 2 safeties, at least 1 safety, maybe more. How many quarterbacks are going to go in the first round? That's the big question. That's what everybody wants to know. And who will those quarterbacks be? So we're going to see about that. I think we're going to see a couple of linebackers go in the first round, but I wouldn't be surprised if some fell out. The 2 linebackers that you hear the most about going in round 1 are Nakobe Dean from Georgia and Devin Lloyd from Utah. We should see them work out in the next group after the edge guys go here. So, but those are the 2 you hear. Some other guys who I don't think are going to be first round guys, but some guys that you'll see in that linebacker group later. Chad Muma from Wyoming, I think, has a chance to be an early day 2 selection. Channing Tindall, Georgia, Quay Walker from Georgia, both I think are day 2 selections. And there's some other, like Christian Harris, Alabama, is another linebacker. I think I don't think is in consideration the first round, maybe late. I don't know. I know he's got a lot of fans out there. Some guys that are going to be day 3 selections that I think are going to test really well today. Troy Anderson, Montana State, very versatile linebacker prospect. Jesse Lakita, I mentioned earlier. Is he an edge? Is he a linebacker? How well is he going to test? I know Brandon Smith, Penn State, is another one. We at this point we just expect all the Penn State guys to test really well. A guy I don't know if he's going to be drafted or not, but a guy I love watching play football is Malcolm Rodriguez from Oklahoma State. He's going to test in the next group. But man, that guy, like you put on Oklahoma State defensive tape, and you see Malcolm Rodriguez almost always around the football. And so he's a guy that, I want to see. JoJo Doman, he's another guy, special. That's going to be a special team stud at the next level from Nebraska. Damone Clark, LSU. Is he a day two talent? I think the NFL thinks so. I think he is as well. So Brian Asamoah, Oklahoma, I think is another one that I think a lot of NFL teams are higher on that maybe the draft consensus has him. I'm lower on him than I probably should be. So that's probably, see how he tests today, whether I need to make that adjustment or not. Shane's a big fan. Darian Beavers from Cincinnati, bigger linebacker prospect. Is that a guy that's still valued in the NFL? We'll see. But yeah, we're still getting ready for these Edge 40s. We've gone to commercial again. Dominique Robinson, I said, Miami, Ohio, is another guy. Looking forward to seeing how fast he's going to run out here. I think he's going to be a super athlete. So I believe D'Angelo Malone and Jeremiah Moon will work out with the linebackers, but not 100% sure on that. Can't confirm. Draft this year, April 28th, 29th, and 30th, live from Las Vegas. So draft countdown like we've been doing with the Combine. The plan is currently to do that. All right, we got the official 40s, the top 10 defensive linemen. Nick Bonito, 4.54. Wyatt, 4.77. Jordan Davis, 4.78. Logan Hall, 4.88. Perry and Winfrey, 4.89. Travis Jones, 4.92. Zachary Carter, 4.99. 5 flat for Matthew Butler to Marvin Leal. Haskell Garrett, 5.07. Rounds out the top 10 official times, which that's insane. Sub 4.8s for Devonte Wyatt and Jordan Davis. Official 10-yard splits, Bonito 159, Wyatt and 166, Davis 168, along with Logan Hall, Perry, and Winfrey. 173 for Matthew Butler, 173 Zach Carter, Hinton, and DeVarman Leal 174, 176 for Travis Jones. Rounds out the top 10 on that 10-yard split. All right, so chatting it up here with these edge rushers as they get ready to run that 40. Looks like we're going to get started with that here pretty soon, hopefully. As Steelers Mark Gorchik, who does this every year, is the guys that get them started at the line. So it's like Amari Barno will be the first guy up. He's the first guy basically getting schooled here, which means Christopher Allen from Alabama probably not going to run, which makes sense as he hasn't played almost all season. I was actually surprised he was even entered the draft. I mean, Maybe he had to, but hasn't played all year after suffering an injury early in the season. Yeah. My good friend Joe Marino at the Draft Network tweeted out, why was Nick Bonito in that group? I've been wondering the same thing, brother. Made absolutely no sense why he was not in this group, why he was in that group and not in this group. So, don't know who makes that call. But yes, as I was saying, the NFL draft, April 28th, 29th, and 30th. Current plan is for Draft Countdown to do a similar live stream of all 7 rounds of the NFL draft through the entirety of the draft, and just break it all down, man. I mean, that's the way we're going to do it. So here we go. We are back to action finally. So we get to the second set of 40s, and it's the edge rusher group. And it's Amari Barno, Virginia Tech. Shane going with the 4.64 projection for Barno, 6'4", 246. He's trying to get straightened up on the line here. One 5-4 10-yard split. 4.37 40 for Amari Barno. Well, Shane, you were only 0.3 of a second off on that one. Jeez Louise. That is smoking out of the gate right there. That's called setting the pace right there, fellas. 4.37 40 for Amari Barno. Thomas Booker, 6'3", 301. Probably should have swapped him out for Nick Bonito and had him with the defensive line group. Maybe they got their numbers crossed there. Booker with a 1.69 split, 4.95 40. Feels like a good time for him for the Stanford product. Now here, next on the line is Kingsley Enigmar, South Carolina, 6'3", 258. Great player for the Gamecocks. I said in an interview with him at the Senior Bowl, I thought he was the best pass rusher from South Carolina since Jadeveon Clowney, and he gets a bad start. They've got Aidan Hutchinson's name listed at the bottom of the screen, but I don't think he's going to run. But again, Shane went with a 4.82 projection here for Enigmar. .172 on the 10-yard split. 4.92 40. That is not great. Not a great time for Kingsley Enigmar. Wah, wah, wah. Jeffrey Gunter, 6'4", 258, Coastal Carolina. A 164 10-yard split. 479 40 for Gunter. And we are getting an Aidan Hutchinson 40. Okay. All right. So, a little surprise for us here in Indy. Aidan Hutchinson is going to run. And he checks up. Didn't like that start. Cut to Dan Campbell, who could Aidan Hutchinson be in play at the second overall pick? I think so. He is the number 1 overall prospect per NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah. .162 10-yard split. 475 40 for Aidan Hutchinson. Do we like that time, fellas? Do we like that out there, everybody? That feel like a good time? I feel like he thinks he could have done better. Jesse Lakita up next, 6'2", 253. .168 on his split. 489 40. Thought he would be quicker than that. Shane had him at 473. Shane also thought he'd be quicker than that. So David Ajabo is going to run. He's up now. Shane going with the 4.55 from Ajabo. So let's see what we get out of the Wolverine. That's a 164 10 split. 4.6 flat for David Ajabo. Potential first rounder there. I think, I feel that feels safe that he's going to be in the first round. Josh Paschal, 6'2", 268 from Kentucky. 162 on his split. 482 finish. He looked like he struggled a little bit in them last 15 yards there. He might have a better run that second go around. 482 from Paschal. Here is Dominique Robinson, 6'4", almost 6'5", 253, Miami, Ohio, former wide receiver, converted to edge rusher for the Red Hawks. I mean, it feels like he should be athletic, right? Making that conversion from wide receiver. He certainly looks like it on tape. Shane projected 4.65 here for Robinson. .167 on his split. 4.78. Here we go. Myjai Sanders dropped 14 pounds from the Senior Bowl to the Combine. What you assume would be with the thought process of running way faster. But a 1.62 10-yard split, 4.73 40. I don't know, man. He looks skinny. Like, you can tell he lost 14 pounds. He does not look like he's built to hold up on the edge. Here's Tyreek Smith from Ohio State, 6'3", 254. Last seen getting buried by Trevor Penning at the Senior Bowl practices. Smith with a 1.67 10 split, 4.82 40 for Tyreek Smith. Up next is Notre Dame player Myron Tagovailoa Amoza, 6'2", 270 for the former Fighting Irish player. 1.71 on his split. He's going to go 4.87 on his first 40-yard dash attempt. And here's Kayvon Thibodeau. So we're going to get a Thibodeau 40-yard dash time, 6'4", 254 from Oregon. The number one player on my board overall for this draft class. .162 10-yard split for Thibodeau. He's going to come in 4.65. So a 4.65 40 there for Kayvon Thibodeau. Again, my number one overall player in this class. Not sure if that will alter between now and April 28th. Isaiah Thomas, Oklahoma, almost 6'5", 266. He's on the line next. It's a 1.67 split, 4.76 for Isaiah Thomas. That feels like a good time. Only two more guys here to go in this first leg, and it's Trayvon Walker from Georgia, 6'5", 272. We've already seen his two teammates go, and just with ridiculous times. 1.64 on his split. 4.6 flat for Trayvon Walker. Well, he's the fastest of the three, right? I mean, he's the lightest of the three, but he's also the fastest of the three. Here's Sam Williams, Ole Miss, up now. Here's the question. Will Trayvon Walker be the highest drafted of the three Georgia defensive linemen? I think he will be. Here's Sam Williams, one of the best pass rushers in the SEC this year. .161 on his split. 4.5 240 for Sam Williams. That's really good. Really good time for Sam Williams. Everybody's still chasing Amari Barno. I don't think they're going to catch him. 4.37 40 for Barno. We'll get his second run here in just a few minutes. No, we're not. Barno shut her down. He's seen enough. So now we're going to get Thomas Booker. back up next from Stanford, 4.95 on his first run. He is a 4.96 on his second run with a 1.71 10-yard split. So he does not better his time. Hutchinson's Raz card comes in after his first run, 9.68. Raz, which is elite. Ajabo comes in with a 9.33, all elite 40 times for those guys. Enigmar checks up on his run for the second time. So he has struggled out of the gate on both of his runs. Kayvon Thibodeau's Raz come in right now, 9.35. All right, Enigmar, second go here, really needs to be better on this second run, man. And unfortunately, he is worse. 5 flat 40 for Kingsley Enigmar. That is rough. 1.78 10-yard split. That's not great at all for Kingsley Enigmar. Here's Jeffrey Gunter's second run. He's going to check up. So 4.79 on that first run for Jeffrey Gunter. See how he goes here on the second run. He's bobbing and weaving all up and down this line, man. 4.72 though, so he's faster. He goes 7/100ths faster on this second run. 1.63 split, pretty good for Jeffrey Gunter. Now Aidan Hutchinson gonna give it another go. Try to best that 4.75 on his first run. And he does not. 4.78 on the second go for Aiden Hutchinson. 1.62 though on that 10 split. So very comparable per NFL Network here. To Jared Allen. Here's Jesse Lukito, second run, 4.89. He come up lame, and that's not good. Yeah, he's hobbling. So David Ajabo now second go. Four six flat. That's what he is. He's a 4.6 flat guy, I guess. Both runs come in at that. 165 on his split. We're going to go to commercial now. Dustin Laratonda question: who's impressed you at defensive tackle other than Davis, Wyatt, Travis Jones, and Perry and Winfrey? Well, man, we'll just take them all away from me, right? You're making me go deep here, I guess. But yeah, so maybe some day two guys to look at there in that defensive tackle group. I thought had a good run there in that first go. Fadarian Mathis didn't run the 40, but I thought he looked good on the field drills. Maybe day three guys, if you're looking there. I like a Yama Uwazurike, Iowa State. I think is a guy who should get some play day three. And low key, I thought DJ Davidson, who also didn't run the 40, Arizona State, I thought he looked smooth in those field drills there. So there's a few defensive tackle names off the radar there since you took all the good ones away. Dustin. Yeah. I bet you would take Ajabo there. But I don't know that Ajabo will be there at pick, is it 24 where Dallas is? I don't think he's going to fall that far, Dustin. I don't know if I put much tape on him, to be honest, Dustin. Is he I guess he's somebody I need to look at, huh? I'll have to get back on that. Back to you on Butler, ISU number 58. Yeah. I was hoping Zion Johnson and some of those guys would make it to the Bengals at 31 too, but I'm not holding my breath, Dustin. So I don't expect you to either on some of these names that we're hoping to fall. But you never know, man. The draft is crazy, right? Oh, Matthew Butler from Tennessee. I said it earlier when he was running. He's definitely a guy I've got to go back and do some work on. I've heard a lot of good things from some other guys that I trust that are big fans of Matthew Butler. So definitely need to. I gotta get to work on him. Which that's basically what's going to be me in the next 7 weeks, 7.5 weeks before the draft is just cranking on this tape, man, and getting familiar with some of these guys that I'm not as familiar with as I probably need to be at this point. It's always playing catch up, man. You're never done. The job is never done until it's done. And that's what I love about it, man. It's just, it's fun stuff. It's a labor of love out here. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And that's what we love doing. All right, so let's get caught up on some 40s. Here, Josh Paschal. 4.82 on that first run. 4.82 on the second run. 1.64 split for Josh Paschal. Dominique Robinson. Thought he was better than 4.78. Let's see what the second run shows us. 4.77. A little bit better. Not a lot. 1.69 on his 10 split on the second run. Here's Majay Sanders. Dropped 14 pounds, as I said. Looks skinny. Runs a 4.71 on his second go. That's, I don't know, man. 1.62 split's pretty quick, though. Tyreek Smith, 4.82 on his first run. He'll come in at 4.8 flat. $165 with his split. Here's Myron Tagovailoa Amoza. 4.87 on his first run. He's 4.88 on his second run. 1.72 with his 10 split. Kayvon Thibodeau, 4.65 on that first run. 4.66 on the second run. For my number one overall prospect in this draft class. 1.59 10-yard split, man. That's crazy. Isaiah Thomas, 4.76 from Oklahoma on his first run. 4.75 on some 1.59-10 split for Kayvon Thibodeau. Wow. 1.66 for Thomas on his 10-yard split. And now Trayvon, well, we're back live action here. Trayvon Walker, 4.6 flat. Trayvon Walker, 4.6 flat on his first run at 270 pounds. Second run, 4.59 on the second run for Trayvon Walker, 1.62 10-yard split. Picking them up and putting them down, man. Oh, it's nice, Dustin. It's nice. You're going to get a guy. You can get a guy in Dallas. It doesn't have to be at 24. You're going to be able to get a guy. And you mentioned earlier Dominique Robinson. He is raw, former wide receiver. My man Shane Hallam tweeted he doesn't think that Trayvon Walker's getting out of the top 14. I would agree. Dane Brugler has him as the 6th overall player in this class from The Athletic. Sam Williams, 4.52 on his first run. 4.52 on his second run. 1.60 split from Sam Williams. That's pretty good. So that's wrapping up the 40s on this group, right? So we're gonna see these guys out here on the field here in just a minute. We'll talk through those drills when we see them out there. We just saw a vertical from Jordan Davis. They didn't show what the measurement was, though. Let's see if we can find any numbers on the Jordan Davis, 10'3" broad jump, 32-inch vertical, in addition to that ridiculous 40 time at 341 pounds. It's crazy. So Trayvon Walker had a 35.5-inch vertical, didn't do the broad jump, it doesn't look like, to go with his crazy it could happen, Dustin. That's not one that I would rule out. Just appears as how other teams value him. Maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, Dane's great. I love Dane Brugler. So we're anxiously awaiting Travis Jones ain't falling to 56. That's a not happening. But Linderbaum at 24, very possible. Very possible. But I would not hold out hope for Travis Jones at 56. Again, as I said earlier, in my last mock draft, had him going 17 to the Chargers. So Not that my mock drafts are the be all end all, but I just kind of feel like that's that range for him. That 17 to late 20 range is where we're going to see Travis Jones come off the board. But if that's the type you're looking at, for Dallas, Devonte, you could see Devonte Wyatt there, the other Georgia player, could be in that range as well. Nothing to sneeze at as far as talent. So looks like we're back here. So we're getting ready to do some drills. Get the tweet out right quick. Did not see Boye Mafe run. Is he? I wonder if he's with the linebacker group, or if he's just not running. That just occurred to me. Guess we'll have to wait and see. So let's see what I feel like we're going to see some similar drills here that we saw with the defensive line group. Maybe a few different ones, but probably pretty close to the same. Yeah, this isn't the sexy draft for sure. You don't have those quarterbacks that everybody's got to have. This ain't this. It's like we're doing the wave drill here, so it's very similar to the one the defensive line did earlier. So where they start on their stomachs here and get up and follow the coach changing direction. You don't want to fall down like Thomas Booker just did. Yeah, absolutely. Starter quality depth, very deep in this draft. Very deep. Yeah, so here we got Michael Clemens, 46 pressures this year, led Texas A&M, did not run the 40. He's looking very lean out here. No 40 time for Michael Clemens, and he falls on running out there. Got a little too excited. Here's Arnold Ebiketie. Who now I can't remember if he ran the 40 or not. I don't think he did. Here's Kingsley Enigmar now. Struggled in that 40-yard dash. In retrospect, maybe I'm not surprised. I don't think he is the fastest player for sure, but he can get after the passer, man. He's a hustler, no doubt. Makes a lot of plays in the run game as well. Here's Jeffrey Gunter, Coastal Carolina out there. Now we've got Aiden Hutchinson. Some of these guys seem to be struggling a little bit. Yeah, Andrew talked about Lakita earlier. Played edge all week at the Senior Bowl for the most part and looked a lot better there. I think you're correct in saying that he played out of position at Penn State. Only had a half sack this year. Had 2 sacks during the Senior Bowl game. Was pretty much unblockable for the most part. Had the pleasure of calling that game, color commentating that game for the radio broadcast. Here's D'Angelo Malone. So he just didn't run the 40. He's not with the linebacker group. He's here in the edge group. Man, he looks quick. So no 40-yard dash for D'Angelo Malone. Guess we'll have to wait for that pro day time there. David Ajabo. Such an athlete, man. Oh, he little stumble there. But he looks good on the hoof, right? Five forced fumbles this year for Ajabo. That'll do, right? Here's Josh Paschal, Kentucky. Dominique Robinson now, Miami, Ohio. Like I said, I love his potential, what he could be, the former wide receiver. Here, you see the flashes of it out on the field. Majay Sanders here said we're all baffled by the fact that he dropped 14 pounds between the Senior Bowl and the Combine, and comes in here, man, looking like he hasn't eaten in weeks. I mean, that's what it looks like, man. He looks straight up skinny out there on the field. Here's Tyreek Smith now doing the wave drill. I feel bad for Tyreek Smith. I hope he ends up being a really good football player. He has caught the butt of a lot of my jokes since the Senior Bowl. Here's Myron Tagovailoa Amosa. He's a little out of control here. So Thibodeau shut her down. He's not doing any more drills. We get Cameron Thomas, who didn't run the 40. He was weird at the Senior Bowl, and he's come up lame. And that's going to end his day, probably. Cameron Thomas comes up lame in the wave drill. Very first practice at the Senior Bowl, Cameron Thomas, the Lions practices were kind of weird in a way where they basically didn't even wear helmets for the first 30 minutes of each practice. And somehow in that first practice, during the portion where they're not wearing helmets, Cameron Thomas got hurt and never practiced again all week. And he gets hurt here again, but was one of the best pass rushers in the Mountain West Conference this year. Double-digit sacks. Yeah, Ajabo's great, man. Like I said, he's going to be I don't want to say for sure top 20 pick, but I feel like that's fair at this point. Trayvon Walker had a good run through this drill. Sam Williams, our man Shane, tweeting along at Shane P. Hallam on Twitter. He's a big fan of Sam Williams. 22.5 career sacks. Like I said, one of the best pass rushers in the Southeastern Conference. Here we go, Alex Wright. This is a guy right here, man. I got to do a deep dive on him. His size profile is tremendous. Look at that length, 6'7", 250 plus pounds. Like I said, I want to do a little more work on Alex Wright for sure from UAB. But that cat looks looks great out there on the field. So here we go. Without the shuttles in right now, Jordan Davis. For everybody who doesn't follow RAS or just relative athletic score, go to ras.football. Kent Lee Platt was a guest on our podcast a few weeks ago. Love everything about what he does with that site, projecting athletic profiles here. Right now, Jordan Davis projects to be the most athletic defensive tackle since 1987. Jordan Davis, with factoring in the vertical and broad jumps, his broad jump of 10 foot 3 inches at 341 pounds puts him in the 99.8th percentile all time at the defensive tackle position. His 40 time of 4.78 official, 99th percentile. 10-yard official 10-yard split, 95th percent at 341 pounds. His vertical elite 32 inches, 88th percentile. It's insane the day that Jordan Davis has had. Josh Norris tweets out, that was the defensive line record at the combine, that 10 foot 3 broad jump. 347 pounds, 10 foot 3 broad jump. I mentioned to Dustin a while ago about a guy like day 3, Iyama Uwazurike, Iowa State, 33-inch vertical jump for Uwazurike. As of right now, Kent's rerunning the numbers, but Jordan Davis may be the second most athletic person to ever test at the combine, behind only Calvin Johnson. So that's fun, right? Jeez. Sorry, Dustin. He may not get to 24 if you're still listening, because that's going to be hard to pass up, right? That kind of freaky athleticism. Andrew talking about Alex Wright. He has the tools, just plays too high in the run game. Well, he looks like he's very angular there, to put it nicely, out there, Alex Wright. So definitely one I've got to get back in on, and only passively watched some UAB this year. So got to get on that tape for sure in the next several weeks. Uh, 35-inch vertical for Ajabo. Don't know if we reported that out. George Karlaftis, 38-inch vertical. So what drill we're on here now? It's like we're about halfway. Okay, this is the one with the 4 bags, and they're showing the footwork here, where you want to keep your head up and just go over the bags and then in between the bags and then turn and cut out. Thought Dominique Robinson did good there. Here's Monjay Sanders. Now we got Tyreek Smith from Ohio State going to come through the bags. So we missed about half the guys in here. We missed Hutchinson and Ajabo when they, finally cut back. Or maybe I've had my head down and didn't see. Here's Tagovailoa Moza from Notre Dame. Not overly high on him. So yes, Cameron Thomas is done, along with Thibodeau, as we said earlier. Thibodeau will probably do all these drills at the pro day because he was just here to put the numbers on the paper. Trayvon Walker, though, doing everything really well. That was smooth as silk. Getting through those bags. And here's Sam Williams going to round up this drill. Sam, he's an older prospect, so you'll probably see him push down to day 3 despite his production. Here's Alex Wright, who we've talked about here for the last, in the last 10 minutes or so. Very, very lanky prospect, but got some muscle mass to him. Not necessarily wiry. He is a little Trayvon Walker highlight package now. Just bulldogging the center from Missouri there. Now they've got him lined up at edge. So, it just shows you the versatility of his scheme versatility he can have and bring to an NFL team is what you're showing here with Trayvon Walker. Now he's just going to chase down the running back on the edge, Zaquandre White from South Carolina. And here he's just chasing down Bo Nix in the open field. Now they've got him spine and playing pass coverage, and he gets some great play. So, yeah, Trayvon Walker, stud. That's just basically what that package just showed you. Absolute stud. And his test kind of showed that as well, didn't they? So currently Kent has 17,565 players in his database. Jordan Davis is the second most athletic player he has recorded as of this point. So here we're doing this the bag drill. You're going to slap the first bag, bend around the second, or just you're slapping both bags and getting around. Just showing hand usage here. You're slapping one hand, ripping with the other. People on Twitter asking the question, what does Aidan Hutchinson have that George Karlaftis doesn't? What do you guys say? Is Karlaftis a better player than Aidan Hutchinson? I'm here to listen for that debate. Josh Paschal per PFF was their highest rated edge player in the SEC, although their highest pass rush win rate this year in the SEC was Kingsley Enigmar, who I've noted has struggled here today. So, I do like Isaiah Thomas. I don't know how high I like Isaiah Thomas, but I do like him as a player. Not sure what my spending range is. On that. Yeah, that right there showed what Andrew said in the chat a while ago about Alex Wright. He's very high, plays very high.
and it just kind of showed in that drill right there. Very, very does not have much of the bend. We'll maybe we'll see that a little bit later when they do the those five bag drill where they have to show that bend around that fourth one. So we got a simulcam here of Walker, Thibodeau, and Hutchinson. And Walker beats all three. And we're back to commercial. So hopefully we don't miss any good drills here. Once again, I want to take time to thank everybody who's watched us these last 3 days, especially the ones that are putting up with just me today. It's been fun, man, these last few days doing this. But if you're just popping in, if you just stumbled upon us on YouTube and pop it in, man, go ahead and subscribe to that channel. We're live every Wednesday. And do a live podcast that we also send out on audio after the fact. But you get in, man. We take questions every week. And we love answering feedback. We love talking to you guys out there. But subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the notification bell so you get notified whenever we go. Give a like to the videos, man. It means a lot to us. Helps us get noticed out there. We've had a lot of viewers here the last few days on these live streams. And it's been really cool getting a chat with you guys and talk about all these great prospects here for the 2022 NFL Draft, which is less than 8 weeks away now. I mean, it's not long. It's coming up on us fast, man. It's getting there. We are 54 days away from the draft, so a little less than 8 weeks. Yeah, in a little less than 8 weeks, man, we'll be wrapping it up. The draft will be almost over, if not over, this time 8 weeks from now. So, but yeah, also take a time right now to follow us on Twitter. Follow the Draft Countdown account on Twitter if you don't already, at Draft Countdown. Follow me on Twitter, of course, at Deep Fried Draft, and follow Shane on Twitter, who's been tweeting during the proceedings tonight, at Shane P. Hallam. DraftCountdown.com, man. It's where it's at for daily draft coverage. Leading up to and after the draft. It doesn't stop for us, man. It's a year-long thing for us. You can go on the site right now, man, and Shane's got 2023 mock drafts up, 2024 mock drafts, position rankings for 2023-24. It's insane the amount of work that guy puts in to get that content out to you guys. So it ain't just about this draft here at Draft Countdown, believe me. So still waiting. We're still at commercial break on the live feed here. Thanks for that, Andrew. We appreciate that. That's our main social media path. We're also on Facebook, facebook.com/Draft Countdown. Like I said earlier, we also have Instagram and TikTok, but we really don't have a big presence on there. We probably should have a better presence on those social platforms because that's what the kids are using, right? The gram and the TikTok. we probably need to get on that, but only so much time in a day, I guess. Here we go. What are we doing here? Okay, this is the drill. I love this drill. I saw this earlier. This shows a lot here. So you're punching the first bag, you're spinning the second bag, punching the third bag, dipping around the fourth bag, and then tackling the fifth. This shows that bend, especially that fourth bag. That's the one I want to see. And this is where I think Enigmar can show off here. Yeah, look at that. That was good stuff there, Enigmar. Abaketi also was really, really good in this drill right before him. Yeah, this drill wasn't kind to some of those big defensive linemen, but I think these edge guys here, they're going to show off here. Like Hutchinson, man, that's good stuff right there. Now here's Karlaftis, who I was told to quit talking about so that he can slip to the Browns. Not going to name any names who called me out on that, but I don't want to see that guy next to Myles Garrett twice a year. I would like to have seen a little better dip there by D'Angelo Malone getting around that fourth back. Here's David Ajabo. That looks pretty good. Josh Paschal now. Nice spin. Good dip. Good finish. Here's Dominique Robinson now. Looks a little high. He struggled on that dip there. It's Majay Sanders. That bend was insane. That was good. Here's Tyreek Smith now. Good job there on his bend, getting around that fourth bag. Here we go. Myron Tagovailoa Amoza. Not bad. Not bad. Isaiah Thomas now, Oklahoma. 46 pressures in 2020, PFF credited him for. No bend at all on his get around there. Here's Trayvon Walker. Got a little wide, good bend, good finish. Got a little wide spinning around that second bag there. Kind of slowed him up a little bit. Sam Williams. Not bad, good finish. And here's Alex Wright. So this is what I want to see. You'll see the bend from Alex Wright here. Not so hot. So coming up next, we're going to run the figure eight hoop here. And this is just showing you, just kind of showing you how to get around here. They're going to use Robert Quinn as an example. So this is basically showing how you're getting around the tackle there, getting low, and finishing at the quarterback. So the towels represent slapping the ball out of the quarterback's hands. Here's Robert Quinn again, this time getting around the tackle and taking the ball out of Kirk Cousins' hands. So you're basically just running around the bend here to finish. So that's what this drill is going to simulate. Saw someone joke earlier, all this advanced equipment here, and we've got hula hoops and towels with duct tape holding them together. Good stuff, man. Not the best bend there from Barno. There's Thomas Booker now. I don't think this is his game either. Got Michael Clemens now, Texas A&M. Where do you see Sam Williams going? That's a good question because I think the questions that are going to be asked about Sam Williams might be off-field stuff. He's had some issues, I think, at Ole Miss, and like I said, he's an older prospect as well. So I think I would feel comfortable saying day 3, probably that late 4th, 5th, early 5th round area. Probably Sam Williams. He's going to go lower than his production would probably indicate. Missed Enigmar going around a little bit, I guess. So. Now here's Aidan Hutchinson. No, it wasn't so hot. I don't believe. George Karlaftis now. Dropped the first towel, but otherwise, good run around the hoops there for Karlaftis. D'Angelo Malone. Yeah. He's got some freaky bend, man. He's good. Just undersized, man. That's the only problem with D'Angelo Malone is the size. Is he going to have to be a linebacker in the NFL? That's a question that, Malone's going to have to answer. But he's got something, man, as a pass rusher. Highly productive player at Western Kentucky. Now it's Dominique Robinson, and they're talking on the NFL Network. We've been talking about all night here. Moved 2 years ago from wide receiver to defensive end, so he's still trying to figure this out. But that's kind of that clay that a coach wants to mold. Here's Sanders, and I expect this to be things pretty quick. He's also got some freaky bend. I just cannot believe he comes in looking that skinny though. Tyreek Smith, not bad. Well, that's helpful to know. I mean, I probably could have assumed they may have been related, but it appears Myron Tagovailoa Amoza is a cousin of Tua Tagovailoa. Isaiah Thomas now misses the towel, gets the second one, gets around. Got some good bend there from Thomas as well. Here's Trayvon Walker. That's pretty good. Pretty good from Trayvon Walker. And we're going to finish this up now with Sam Williams. We'll slip around the bend, couple slips there. Not the smoothest run for Sam Williams. Now Alex Wright should be our last one on this drill. Yeah, you can just tell that the bend ain't his game. I wonder what did he bench press? I'll have to go back and look. I wonder what his strength numbers look like. All right, everybody, I'm going to duck out for just a second. Go get a refill on the old glass, and we'll be back for some more edge rusher drills here in just a second. Coming up. All right. I am back. It's like we're doing that, that change the screen, chase down the screen drill here. I'll come back in on that, where they charge the coach and then he points them out the other way. So we're right here at the end. We got Sam Williams finishing up now, and then we'll have Alex Wright from UAB, and that should be the end of this one. So haven't seen any numbers for the linebackers come in yet. But Trayvon Walker currently has a 9.99 unofficial RAS score, as everything for him has been elite except for his weight, which comes in a little lower. Travis Jones unofficially now at 9.64 on the RAS. He had a 28.5-inch vertical, which isn't great, but his broad jump 9 foot 2 inches is an elite score. Now it looks like we're getting some Ajabo highlights here on the package and NFL Network. Ajabo, yep, he's going round one. I'm fairly confident in that. So now that I think about it, we didn't get Jermaine Johnson, did we? He did not run in this group, and I assume he would be with this group and not the linebackers. So looks like we'll have to wait till Florida State's pro to get Jermaine Johnson numbers. I know he left the Senior Bowl after the second day. I didn't think it was for injury, though. So maybe he's with the linebackers, and I don't know it. So now we're let's see what's the drill here we got. Well, we have the quarterbacks out there, so it looks like we're doing some of the we're going to show these guys in pass coverage now. So this is definitely different than what we had with the defensive linemen for sure, right? So we're going to show them backing out and attacking. So Barno's back, side, back, go, and then he'll come back and catch the ball. This is always fun. How many of these guys can catch the football? Barno did not. Now, there's some of these guys, man, if you've got them dropping in pass coverage, I really don't know what you're doing. But Michael Clemens, drop. Probably not going to have him, dropping back too often. Arnold Ebiketie now. He's a smooth operator right here is Ebiketie. Well, that ball was high. That wasn't his fault. But we're 3 guys in with no catch. Here's Kingsley Enigmar, who I saw South Carolina drop in coverage a couple of times. Wasn't great there either. But he looks good. Looks good moving here. Drop. Somebody's got to catch the ball eventually, though, right? Jeffrey Gunter, Coastal Carolina now. Hey, double caught it, but he caught it. Here's Aiden Hutchinson. When we get to D'Angelo Malone, he's one I'm curious about. Because like I said, I think he may have to play, be a linebacker. That was actually a good snag there from Hutchinson. But Malone's one that I think may actually have to be a linebacker in the NFL. You got George Karlaftis here. Good catch there. Look at that. Here's Malone. Looks good in space here. Quarterback gave him the double clutch there, and he drops the football. Not sure what happened with that. I missed David Ajabo. Josh Paschal struggling here. But he caught the ball at least, right? I had to do a little speed check on the old computer here. It was saying that my internet connection was unstable. It shouldn't be. Can't have that. But Tyreek Smith here trying to finish, and the ball got into his body a little bit, but he does make the catch. Now here's a guy who will not be dropping in coverage probably ever. Is Myron Tagovailoa. But you can tell he's worked at it. He's tried. Here's Isaiah Thomas. Not even a chance on that catch. Now we got Trayvon Walker. Looks good out there. Come back to the ball. Drop. I think we're less than 40% on catches here, fellas. Here's Sam Williams. Wasn't asked to do this a whole lot, but reaches behind him, makes a good catch. We'll finish up with Alex Wright. Guessing this ain't his game either. And that'll finish up that drill. Nope, Ebikete's going to get another go at it. So as we mentioned yesterday, in the drills that didn't involve the wide receivers, which is where we had every quarterback throwing, they have 3 quarterbacks that are designated as the throwing quarterbacks. And that this year's are E.J. Perry from Brown, Cole Kelly from Southeast Louisiana, and I am forgetting who the third one is. I'll try to see who that was in just a second. Trayvon Walker's 40 time comes in officially at 4.51, which is ridiculous. Yeah. We'll go with ridiculous. Here's the official 40 times on that group. Amari Barno 4.36 official. Sam Williams 4.46. Trayvon Walker 4.51. David Ajabo 4.55 official 40. Kayvon Thibodeau 4.58. Here we go. I talked about the linebacker group earlier, and Chad Muma, Wyoming. As I said, he's a guy to keep an eye on. Day 2 possible linebacker, 40-inch vertical leap for Chad Muma, and that's being reported now. It's like we're setting up short zone breaks. So there's more of these passing drills here. So yeah, it's just a quick little breakdown, and then you're gonna just so you're jumping a route here is basically what they're showing them do here in zone coverage. So it just looks like they have 2 quarterbacks out there today, EJ Perry and not sure who QB 10 is. I don't think it's Cole Kelly. No, EJ Perry is QB 10. I'm sorry. Cole Kelly is QB 8. So it is Cole Kelly and EJ Perry are the 2 throwing quarterbacks out there throwing to these edge rushers right now, doing the zone defense, breaking on the football, and hilariously trying to catch the football. So, yeah, that's where we're at with that. So we're wrapping up. Like I said, we're wrapping up these drills for the edge rushers, and it was an insane, about as expected. What we expected here. This edge class is insanely athletic, and that's bearing fruit here with those crazy 40 times for most of them. Including Trayvon Walker, as we said just a few minutes ago, 4.51, 40 official. Some other 40-yard dash times official. Aiden Hutchinson, 4.74. Josh Pascal, 4.77. Kingsley Enigmar, 4.87, which is faster than Logan Hall's 4.88. Some broad jumps from the defensive tackle group. 10 foot 3 inches for Jordan Davis, which you said is just insanity. Matthew Butler, who we talked about earlier in the chat, 9 foot 4 inch on his broad jump. Devonte Wyatt, 9'3". Travis Jones, 9'2". Federian Mathis, 9'1". Those are all good numbers for those guys. So we're still doing these short zone drills. Like I said, I'm not trying to totally ignore this, but this is just not going to be what a lot of these guys are asked to do, at the next level. It's a drill. You want to see them, everybody compete. So we're going to see the linebackers here a little bit later, probably in the next 45 minutes. I would assume. I figure we've got at least a couple more of these drills to get through, and then we'll have a little break for the linebackers. We finish up with Alex Wright again. He's the last to go. Monjay Sanders is going to get another crack at it, it looks like. So that's the end of that drill. Trying to see if we'll have any more here before we start setting up for the LBs. Once again, I want to thank everybody following along tonight on YouTube, as we're now into hour 3 now of live coverage of night 3 of the 2022 NFL Scouting Combine. Amari Barno's official 4.3640 is the fastest defensive line combine time since 2003. So that'll help, as they say. We've gone to commercial again on the NFL Network coverage. They keep showing food commercials. I'm getting hungry, fellas. Getting hungry. So without seeing the shuttles, we currently have 4 defensive tackles in this group with an elite RAS score right now. That's Jordan Davis, Devonte Wyatt, Travis Jones, and Matthew Butler, Tennessee. Probably not one anybody had on the bingo card there. But the defensive end group, however, has 11 players currently with an elite RAS score. Trayvon Walker, Amare Barno, Kayvon Thibodeau, Aiden Hutchinson, Sam Williams, Dominique Robinson, Jeffrey Gunter from Coastal Carolina, David Ajabo, Majay Sanders, and Isaiah Thomas and Josh Pascal, all posting an elite RAS score thus far. So yeah, they're flashing up now the official 40s for the defensive lineman, with Barno's being just a redonkulous 4.36 time. What did he weigh in at? What was Barno's weight? $246. So he's sub 250, but still. That's the best 40-yard dash for a defensive end since 1987, according to RAS. And 99.4 percentile for 10-yard split. He also has a 37-inch vertical. But again, 246, a bit undersized. Is he going to play some linebacker? Possibly. But don't really know that for sure, obviously. Just like I said, just an insanely athletic group we've seen here. Defensive tackles, defensive ends. I mean, are we going to see? Are these numbers going to continue with the linebackers? Which linebacker is going to have the fastest 40 out here? Could it be Troy Anderson from Montana State? Could it be Chad Muma, who had that 40-inch vertical? Channing Tindall, Georgia. His closing speed is insane, so we could see him put up a big number there on the 40. I mean, Nakobe Dean, how fast is he going to be? Shane thinks he's the fastest linebacker with his 40 projections. He projected a 4.47 for Nakobe Dean. He also had Brandon Smith from Penn State projected at 4.47. Couple of 4.48s he had with Josh Ross and Devin Lloyd. Josh Ross from Michigan, Devin Lloyd, Utah. So we'll keep an eye on those guys. It looks like we're wrapping up the edge group here. So we'll keep an eye out for these backers as we're going to get ready to go here in a little bit. So how's everybody think about tonight, man? I mean, are y'all as pumped up for this edge group and this defensive tackle groups as I am? Because it's some stellar athletes out there tonight. Oh, we're still doing drills. So now we're basically turning and going after trying to catch balls down the field now. We're still doing this. Okay. They used to only do this for like a select handful of guys. Now they seem to be trying to make everybody do it, which is weird. Like they used to only have a handful of guys they would pick. Like, okay, these are the guys we want to see try to convert to linebacker. But now they're running everybody through it. Thibodeau might have been the smartest of them all. He just said, I'm done. I'll do all this later. That looked actually pretty good from Hutchinson there. Hutchinson definitely seems to be a more natural catcher of the football than George Karlaftis is, for whatever that's worth. Probably not a whole lot. We're going to be honest. I don't know what Myjai Sanders was trying to do there, but I don't know. It didn't work out for him. Tyreek Smith now. Yeah, like I said, man, it just seems weird watching some of these guys try to turn and chase and catch a. I mean, how many times are these guys going to be 40 yards down the field trying to snag balls? Man, I guess you're covering a wheel route here is what we're simulating, but it's not. I don't know. You're just never going to see it, or you're going to see it once in about 7 years. This is not. It's just not a big deal to me. Again, for those watching along, this is the night 3 of the 2022 NFL Scouting Combine, night 3 of Draft Countdown's live streaming of the Combine. Thanks everybody who has popped in and out tonight, had questions in the chat, and join me live as we follow along watching the television coverage on the NFL Network. As I try to relay what's going on here. Dominique Robinson, great vertical leap. Good jump scores there for Robinson. 40 time probably wasn't what he wanted. But again, a raw athlete, kind of guy you're going to take a shot at on day 3, and hope you can maximize that talent that's there. It's there. It's just raw. Only been playing defensive end for 2 seasons now. So, still going here. We're on commercial break here at NFL Network, waiting to see if we get any more of these drills here for the edge rushers before we get to the linebacker 40s. Only vertical I've seen reported for the LBs was Chad Muma's 40-inch leap. So we'll have to see if some more of those kind of start to trickle in. So we are 3 hours and 32 minutes into tonight's coverage of night 3 of the NFL Scouting Combine for 2022. I am Brian Bosarge. Follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. Giving you this coverage live on at youtube.com/The Draft Countdown. Hit that subscribe button if you popped in here and haven't done so already, so you can get notified whenever we go live here at Draft Countdown YouTube channel, which we do every week on Wednesdays for sure, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. And we have topical content on there every week, bringing great guests. Some weeks, we don't have a guest every week, but you'll see me and my partners at Shane P. Hallam. Follow him on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. Every Wednesday night we go live and talk about any and all things NFL draft. Coming up this week, we're going to wrap up what we've seen here at the Combine. After it's finished, we're going to get you primed for the new league year. That'll come in on. That'll start basically the following Monday, where teams can start agreeing to contracts with players before Wednesday, when those contracts can become officially signed. So we'll get you primed for that. Talk about some of the guys that going to be changing addresses pretty soon. Yeah, they just showed an insane 35 and a half inch vertical, 10'3" broad jump from Trayvon Walker. It's just crazy. Aidan Hutchinson, 36-inch vertical, 9'9" broad jump. George Karlaftis, 38-inch vertical, crazy. 10'1" broad jump for Karlaftis. Got a 38-inch for Arnold Ebiketie. 10'8". Super good. So there you go. 300-plus pound players since 2003, longest broad jump. 3 of the top 5 have come in the first 3 days of the Combine. Jordan Davis, Zach Tom, and Cole Strange all have made that list, which is pretty good. Talked a little bit earlier about Zach Tom's player. I've really liked as a player. Looks like he's going to project over to center at the NFL. Played a lot there during the Shrine game. Played center at Wake Forest 2019. Kicked out to tackle the last couple of years. I was actually brought to my attention today. Let me get the name here so I give proper credit. who brought it to my attention. At ZXXZ114 sent me a link talking about Zach Tom, and if you look at his athleticism, his RAS score 9.66 as an offensive tackle, but if you transfer that to center, he's the second most athletic center of all time in the RAS database behind Creed Humphrey, who was one of my favorite players in last year's draft class. I don't think Zach Tom is as good a blocker as Creed Humphrey was by any means, but I think a team's going to love his versatility early on day 3. A guy who could easily play all 5 offensive line positions. Can he be a good NFL center? I guess we'll see. It's some projection there, but he also made the line calls from tackle, because that's how much Wake Forest trusted him to do that after converting him from center to tackle. So that's pretty good. So look out for Zach Tom, Wake Forest, a super athletic offensive line prospect, possibly early on day 3 for the Wake Forest product. And we talked about Cole Strange a lot, whose name was also on that list. I think he's a day 2 plug-and-play starter at guard or potentially at center, where he took a lot of reps in senior role practice at center as well, but probably more of a guard. And I talked earlier about the Kentucky game against Marquand McCall, where he dominated the big Kentucky nose tackle in that game. That was one of the best tapes for an FCS player against an FBS team I saw this year was Cole Strange, Chattanooga against Kentucky. So we're done with the edge drills here, and we're going to go. We're going to set up for the linebacker 40s here in a minute. Well, probably a few minutes. They're talking to Jordan Davis right now, and why wouldn't you? Because that was just one of the best combine performances we've ever seen from Jordan Davis today. At 340 plus pounds, just to be able to move the way he did, it's just you've just never seen it before, because it's never really happened. A guy that big moving that well. So again, we're setting the stage now. We're done. The defensive linemen are all done. So we're patiently awaiting start of 40s for the linebackers. I assume that will probably come up here at the top of the hour. We're now talking about Trayvon Walker. This was a good day for Georgia, right? I mean, their 3 defensive linemen, Trayvon Walker. We're not even talking about Devonte Wyatt. His day was outstanding. But Trayvon Walker and Jordan Davis's were so good that the stuff that Devonte Walker did today just kind of gets brushed to the side. But, I mean, Wyatt was awesome as well. It's a great day for Georgia's defensive front. It shows you why, they're the national champions this year, right? Just that defense that they had was outstanding. And we're going to see 3 of their linebackers here in just a minute. And tomorrow we're going to see like 3 or 4 DBs. So, I mean, is it crazy to think that, 8 or 9 Georgia defensive players get drafted in the first 2 days of the draft? It's very possible. I mean, the 3 defensive linemen are going to go for sure, right? I mean, they could all go in round 1. So can 3 linebackers go? Maybe Darian Kendrick, their corner, could go in the top 100 possibly. Lewis Seen, the safety, I think is a top 100 pick for sure. I mean, so heck, I might be forgetting somebody. And that's not even counting their offensive players. You know, you got George Pickens, who I think could be a top 100 player at wide receiver. You know, James Cook and or Zamir White. Are they top 100 guys? I mean, this draft class could be an all timer for Georgia. One of the best we've seen in a long time. Their just overall talent and the number of high draft picks that we could see from the University of Georgia that get taken here. Just you know, we were talking. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you have Darian Kendrick, corner transfer from Clemson, and then at safety we'll see Lewis Seen tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, this could be a crazy number of Georgia defenders going those first 100 picks. We'll have to see how it bears out, but it's going to be a big number of players that go that high. How many go in the first round? Like I said, we talked about the 3 defensive linemen. Walker, Davis, and Wyatt could all go in those first 32 picks. You have to think Nakobe Dean is going to go potentially in the first round as well. Lewis Seen, borderline. Probably more of a second-day pick. Good. It's a good year to be a Georgia. And I didn't even mention like Jamari Salyer, their guard. I know he's well thought of in NFL circles. It's another guy, potentially top 100 player. So it looks like when we come back, we're going to be setting up for the linebacker 40s. So I'll run through some of Shane's projections as we right before we try to get some of them in before we do their first run. Very productive linebacker of Indiana we haven't talked about. Micah McFadden. We'll see if he's going to run. Nate Landon, Colorado, another productive linebacker. Probably late day 3 guys, both of those. Going to need to impact special teams, for whatever teams that select them. But those are a couple of names to, kind of keep an eye on. Leo Chenal, Wisconsin, not a guy we've talked a whole lot about. Anxious to see how he goes. Jeremiah Jimmel, North Carolina, was supposed to play was one of the first players to accept a Senior Bowl invite, but ended up not being able to play. I assume due to injury. Don't know if he's going to be out there or not. One of the DeMarco Jackson, App State linebacker, had the most tackles in the Senior Bowl during the game. So we'll hopefully see him running out there. I mentioned earlier Malcolm Rodriguez. Mike Rose was another player who was supposed to play in the Senior Bowl, ended up backing out due to what I assume injury as well. Nefi Sewell, Utah linebacker, I believe the brother of Penei Sewell, who was first-round pick last year. He's actually older than Penei Sewell, despite being drafted a year later. Is Christian Harris going to run? Alabama linebacker, not getting he's kind of a forgotten man, has been mocked in the first round early in the process, not really so much lately. Could he get back there? Is he a potential first-round linebacker? I know I'm throwing the number out first round a lot. There's only 32 spots in the first round, man. Some of that's like I said, people are looking at this draft class. We don't have those sexy quarterback picks at the top, or we may end up getting, Malik Willis or somebody up there. I don't think they should be drafted that high, but this it's a deep class, man. You're going to get a lot. There's going to be some really good players, some starting football starters easily into day 2. You're going to get quality guys that are going to make an impact on your football team in day 2, and maybe even early into day 3, you're going to get potential starters. It's because it's one of the larger draft classes we've ever had, with a lot of the guys that took that COVID year last year and came back and played this year. That's why you end up with some older prospects in this draft class as well. So yeah, here we go. It's like they're setting up for the linebacker 40s now. And first on the line is going to be Troy Anderson. So he's going to be the first one to go. 6'3", 243. Played quarterback, fullback, and linebacker at Montana State. That's right. Quarterback, fullback, and then linebacker. Has dealt with some injuries in his career, but man, he's a versatile player, great athlete. He's going to be your core special teams player for whatever team selects him. I think probably going to be on day 3. 4'4", 140, man. There you go. I thought we would get that time. That's a great time right out of the chute, man. 4.41. Troy Anderson, Montana State. Look good at the Senior Bowl, man. He's very good in coverage as well. Here we go with Brian Asamoah, another Senior Bowl player, 6 foot 226. .461 on the 40 for Brian Asamoah. I know I'm a little bit lower on him than, a lot of the consensus. I think there's some people that think he's a day 2 player. I think he's more suited to go early on day 3. Chance Campbell from Ole Miss, 6'2", 232, player I'm not overly familiar with, as I am some of the other Mississippi defenders. So anxious to see what he's got here. Shane projected 4.78 for Campbell. Looks like we're not going to see Darian Beavers or Terrell Bernard run. That's disappointing. 4.63 for Chance Campbell. I know Bernard came into the Senior Bowl, weighed in, but never actually practiced. Darian Beavers had a good week at the Senior Bowl. Very physical tackler, but he's not going to run today. So now we have Leo Chenal from Wisconsin, 6'2", 250. Pretty good player for Wisconsin. Seen some day 2 grades on him as well. And he comes in 4.57 in the 40 on his first go. They're not giving us 10-yard splits with the linebackers. Guess they don't consider that to be as important as it is with the defensive lineman and offensive line. Here's Damone Clark. Really good player, highly productive player for LSU, 6'2", 239. .46, 240 for Clark. I don't know if I like him as much as I did Jabril Cox last year, but I do like Damone Clark. Here's another guy I talked earlier about who's going to be probably one of the best special teams players coming into this draft class, JoJo Doman from Nebraska. .464. Shane projected him at 4.58. So Jeremiah Jimmel not going to run. So he appears to still be hurt. Now we get Isaiah Graham Mobley from Boston College, 6'1", 230. Okay, I mentioned earlier that we didn't get times on Jermaine Johnson or Boye Mafe. They're listed here with the linebacker group, so they I'm assuming they're going to run here, but they're on the list on the bottom of the screen there. So they are listed with the linebackers, but are clearly edge rushers in this class. Isaiah Graham Mobley gets started here. 4.69, his first attempt at the 40-yard dash. Now we've got Christian Harris from Alabama. Comes in at just a shade over 6 foot, 226 pounds. Very good linebacker for Alabama. That's a 4.44 40-yard dash for Christian Harris. Wow. That's really good. That's a really good time for the Crimson Tide linebacker. Christian Harris, 4.44, 3/100ths behind Troy Anderson right now. If any indication of what we've seen tonight, the official numbers may come in a little bit higher than these unofficial numbers are. Here we go. DeMarco Jackson, I said, was the leading tackler during the Senior Bowl game from Appalachian State, 6'3". It looked like a quick start. 4.6 flat for DeMarco Jackson. So, yeah, it's crazy to think about Jermaine Johnson here, 6'4", 254, Florida State. Crazy production this year for the Seminoles, but transferred from Georgia. Now, you've seen 3 other Georgia defensive linemen. I mean, Jermaine Johnson just couldn't get on the field there, right? Transfers to Florida State. I mean, he's super talented. 4.58 for Jermaine Johnson. That's great. Great time for Jermaine Johnson. Here's Nate Landman, highly productive linebacker from Colorado. Probably not expecting that. I'm not expecting this to be a good time. We'll see if he surprises me here. .485. Yeah, no. He does. He's kind of a. I mean, he's a great tackler. I don't think he's a super athlete though. Devin Lloyd from Utah, probably one of the best pass covering linebackers in this class. 6'2", 237 from Utah. Potential first-round pick. 4.71 on his 40. We're going to go to commercial break now, so we'll have to catch up on some 40s when they get back. Any thoughts out there in the chat on what we've seen so far from these linebacker 40s? And Mafe was fixing to run. So curious as what, we'll see it when they get back, what he was going to put up. So we'll see it when they get back. But Daniel Jeremiah tweeted, at 261 pounds, Boye Mafe just ran a 4.57. So we'll see it on the TV when they come back from commercial. But that is well, it looks like at least Aidan Hutchinson, Daniel Flick, he's live at the combine. You saw him on our podcast last Wednesday showing video of Aiden Hutchinson doing the 3-cone. So at least some of these guys are going to do the shuttles tonight. So that's good, right? We'll at least get some of those numbers in. Whereas 0 running backs did the shuttles last night. None. I think only like 14 wide receivers, maybe less, did it the night before. There's nobody really doing those shuttles this year, which sucks. We have to wait on the pro days to get those numbers in. Man, we don't need to be showing Super Bowl 56 stuff on the screen, right? We don't have to show that. I don't need to see that. I've lived through that tragedy already. I don't need to see it again. What was Shane's projection on Mafe? 4.48. So yeah, Shane expected it and it actually come in. Shane was a little faster, but heck, it might end up coming in that way when it's all said and done. Like I said, all these times have been trickling in faster than what the unofficial times were. All right, here we go now. We're going to get caught up on these 40s. Here's Mafe. We told you what the time was. Now we're getting to see it on the screen. 261 pounds, Mafe, 4.57 40, man. So good. Jacoby McLean from Auburn. 4.69. Jeremiah Moon. He's had some injury history, and he stumbled there out of the blocks a little bit. This number is going to be bad. 4.81. He'll have a better second run. He stumbled in that first 10 yards. Chad Muma had that great vertical leap we talked about earlier. 4.66 a time for Muma. He's also very good in coverage. Malcolm Rodriguez, big fan of his game, Oklahoma State, 5'11", 232. So this is, I guess we're back live now, and he's going to have to redo his 40. He stumbled a little bit. Yeah, you watch Oklahoma State on defense, you're going to see Rodriguez around the ball on almost every single play. Definitely got a nose for the football. Four, 5, 7. Man, that's a great time for Malcolm Rodriguez. Here's Josh Ross from Michigan, 6 foot, 227-pound linebacker. We got about 7 or 8 more guys to get through in this group on their first runs. .481 from Josh Ross. Shane was a little off on that one. Had Ross with a 4.48. Not great. Aiden Hutchinson's now joined the NFL Network crew. As we see Jack Sanborn from Wisconsin up next, 6'1", 234 linebacker. Probably a late day 3 guy. And he'll have to go another time there. Got a bad jump. It's 4.76, unofficial for Jack Sanborn. Here's Nefi Sewell, I said earlier, older brother of Penei Sewell, the first-round pick of the Detroit Lions a year ago. 5'11", 226 pounds. It's a 4.6, 640 for Nefi Sewell. Very good football family. Penei Sewell, first-round pick last year. Nefi Sewell this year. Noah Sewell, linebacker from Oregon, is a guy we're going to talk about a lot next year. And James Sewell is a top high school prospect right now. So that's a great football family, the Sewells. Here's Brandon Smith. Shane, 4.47 40 prediction here for Brandon Smith, and he'll start over. Nakobe Dean not running. I didn't pick up on that earlier. Sorry. He is not going to run the 40 here at the combine. So we'll have to wait till Georgia Pro Day to see that. Looks like we will get Channing Tindall and Quay Walker, though. Also looks like we will not see Micah McFadden run, who I talked about earlier, or Mike Rose. That neither of those two will run the 40 today. Here's Brandon Smith, 4.57 40 for Brandon Smith. Next up is going to be Balon Spector from Clemson. Boo, Clemson. Boo, Clemson. I kid Clemson. I don't like Clemson. You can see the Gamecock helmet over my left shoulder there. There's no Clemson cheer in this household. 6'1", 233 from Spector, though. Day 3 prospect, late day 3 prospect at linebacker. So we got him, 2 Georgia Bulldogs, and Trey Williams, an edge rusher from Arkansas, in here with the linebacker groups. But Spector, 4.64. That's a pretty decent time for Balon Spector, the Clemson linebacker. That's going to leave us now. So Channing Tindall and Quay Walker, back-to-back Georgia Bulldogs. They obviously have it's basically it's been all Georgia all day here with the 3 defensive linemen. So now we've got the 2 linebackers. Channing Tindall, one of the best closing speed of any linebacker I saw on tape this year. And 4.53 on his first 40 attempts shows that speed. Just awesome closing speed. Sideline to sideline speed, they say, Channing Tindall. Also going to be a great special teams player at the next level. Potential probably late round 2, early round 3 is where you'll look for Channing Tindall. Quay Walker's another guy I think did not play at the Senior Bowl, was supposed to, but did not. But he's a 6'3", 241-pound linebacker, also considered a day 2 prospect. $4.59 40 for Quay Walker. And now Trey Williams from Arkansas going to finish us up. I believe he's a transfer from Missouri. Don't hold me to that, though. Kent Platt tweeting out, we might have another 10 on the Raz. Brandon Smith from Penn State currently projected to have a 10 out of 10 athletic score right now with his size, vertical, broad, and that 40 time of 4.57. So hold on, folks. We might have another craziness here. What a just it has been a night for well, that was not great from Trey Williams. 5.15. Oof. It looked like that, too. That looked slow. Trey Williams, Arkansas, 5.15 in the 40. So we appreciate everybody following along on. If you're on Twitter, follow us at Draft Countdown on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. Follow Shane on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. We are on there tweeting draft all the time. So we're going to catch up on some second run 40s here in a minute when they come back from commercial break. They're advertising for the NFL Hall of Fame in Canton. Never been there. May get there one day. I've only been in the state of Ohio once. That was about a month and a half ago when I went to the Bengals Raiders wild card game in Cincinnati, my first ever game in Cincinnati, first ever trip on an airplane. So that was fun. Flew up for the game on Friday, flew back on Sunday. One of the best experiences of my life. It was great being in that stadium, seeing their 31-year playoff win drought end in person was awesome. Getting to be in that environment was incredible. Seeing and being there for the start of their Super Bowl run. It was just so amazing to be there. Wish, that game could have ended a little differently, but, is what it is. Try to get back, see the Bengals get back next year. Got to love the future there with Joe Burrow and all those weapons on offense. Just got to get some blocking. And we saw some freak offensive linemen last night that the Bengals could draft to go a long way to help build that offensive line around Joe Burrow. So we'll see. The Bengals could also benefit from adding some of these defensive linemen we're seeing too. They could definitely need some extra pass rush help both on the interior and the edge to help out Trey Hendrickson and Sam Hubbard. And when why can I not think of his name? But anyway, he got hurt in the wild card game. They struggled with an interior pass rusher to get after the quarterback, and that showed up late in the game against the Rams where they couldn't pressure Matt Stafford. So they could use some of those guys, and we're going to see some DBs tomorrow, like corners that I think could also help out the Bengals. All right, now we're back 40s again, and let's catch up. Troy Anderson's second run, 4.41 on his first go. 4.46 on the second run for the Montana State Bobcat. Brian Asamoah, second run, 4.71, so a full 10th slower on the second go around for Asamoah. Chance Campbell, 4.63 on his first effort from Ole Miss. 4.7 flat, his second run. Good time for Leo Chenal, first run 4.57. He comes in 4.61 here. His second go around, Damone Clark, LSU 4.62 on that first run. 4.65, his second go. JoJo Doman from Nebraska, 4.64 on his first run. 4.66, his second go around. 4.69 for Isaiah Graham Mobley, BC linebacker, on his first run. 4.72. His second, Christian Harris blazed a 4.44 40. on his first run. Let's see what this second run is for Christian Harris. 4.46. So outstanding times for the Crimson Tide linebacker, Christian Harris. Shane asked, is he good enough to get back in the first round? I don't know. Like I said, there's a handful of linebackers competing to be drafted in the first round. Nakobe Dean, who didn't run today, is one of them. Devin Lloyd, who I think, did he run? I believe he did. And Christian Harris are a handful of those guys that could be round one linebackers, potentially. Now we're back live action here. DeMarco Jackson from App State, 4.6 flat. He'll have to start again. Maybe he did this the first time as well. Thanks to all the new followers we picked up on Twitter, both on my personal at Deep Fried Draft account and the Draft Countdown account. Love seeing everybody coming on board, man. It's going to be an exciting next 7 weeks as we build up towards the NFL draft. DeMarco Jackson's second run, 4.57. So he actually one of the few that improved his time here on the second run so far. Now here we go. Jermaine Johnson. Like I said, he's an edge rusher. Probably should have been in the last group, but out here with the linebackers, dominated. Man, it was probably the most dominant player at the Senior Bowl in the first 2 days of practice, and then just skipped town. Didn't need any more. Pulled the Javon Kinlaw. .462 on his second run. But yeah, Jermaine Johnson was very dominant in his first 2 days of Senior Bowl practice. Like I said, like Javon Kinlaw was a few years ago, was so good in the first 2 days of practice. Just kind of don't need any more. We've seen all we need to see. Kinlaw ended up being a top 15 pick to the 49ers. Could Jermaine Johnson be a top 15 pick? I think so. Here's Devin Lloyd now, 4.71 on his first attempt. Like to see him go a little bit faster here on the second run. He does not. 4.74 second run for Devin Lloyd. NFL Network throwing some comparisons up to Darius Leonard. Second round pick out of South Carolina State, 2018. Got my first look at Darius Leonard at Senior Bowl practice that year, and he was a stud down there. Boye Mafe, 4.57 40 for the Minnesota edge rusher. Looks like he accidentally started the clock there with his hand movements. So he'll have to get down in a stance again for a second go. But Mafe, great size, 2 sacks during the Senior Bowl game, was fairly dominant in the one-on-ones down there at practice. .462 on his second run. But he's put together, man. He looks like the kind of guy you want on the edge. Is Mafe a first rounder? Very possible. You know, if we get a run on some of those the top 4 or 5 edge guys, you know, a need could spring up for a Mafe, and a team could push him into that first round range. See, we're back at commercial, so we'll get caught up on some more 40, the second round of 40s when they come back from break. So we'll probably have about see, here we go. Zakoby McClain. We're going second round of catch up on these second round of 40s here. Zakoby McClain, 4.72, linebacker from Auburn, 4.69 on his first run. Jeremiah Moon, 4.81 on his first run. 4.85 on, so that's not great for Jeremiah Moon. Player who's dealt with a lot of injuries. Not sure how draftable he is right now with the medicals and such. Chad Muma, 4.66, improves that to 4.64. That's great. Malcolm Rodriguez, the 4.57 on his first run. 4.58 on his second. Again, good time. Yeah, you're probably onto that there. Muma, quick out of the block. Would have liked to see what the 10 splits were on these linebackers. They're not showing those. Josh Ross, 4.81 on his first run, 4.87. His second go. Does not look like anybody's going to get to Troy Anderson's 4.41 unofficial time here with the rest of these linebackers. We're back to, looks like, live action now. And Jack Sanborn, .476, 4.83. So it's being reported by Ian Rappaport that Majay Sanders did all the drills today, including the 40, but has been battling an illness the last few days. So they said having trouble keeping food down while being fatigued. Saw medical personnel this morning to help manage it, but still felt it all night. So that might explain why that massive amount of weight loss Sanders has had. Maybe he should have just set this one out. I don't know. But that would explain a lot. But give him effort for trying at least. 4.69 second attempt for Nefe Sewell after a 4.66 run. So yeah, that might explain a little bit about Sanders. Don't say what kind of illness he was battling, but yeah, that it helps. That does help explain a 14-pound weight loss between the Senior Bowl and now. He's not been able to keep food down. Brandon Smith, quick 4.57 on his first run. A little less, 4.61 on the second go. So here we got Channing Tindall, 4.53 on his first run. Fun player to watch on tape. .454 his second go. Quay Walker, 4.59 his first run. .457 second run. So that's good times for Quay Walker. The linebacker we don't talk a lot about from Georgia, despite his great tape and play. I don't know if Trey Williams is just not going to run a 40 again. Might have hurt himself, which might have been why he run a over 5 second 40 on his first go. But the camera's cut away. I guess we'll go back to that if he does run again, but he may not. So let's call that the end of the linebacker 40s, I guess. Troy Anderson, man, 4.41, I believe it was, the fastest of the linebacker group. So some early RAS numbers. $13 linebackers above 8.38 RAS, including they're listed. He's listing Mafe as a linebacker. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna try to punch it in on RAS.football here and see what Mafe does as a defensive end, because I don't think he's a linebacker. So I want to, and that's the beauty about the RAS side. If you go to RAS.football, you can look at any of these cards that he puts up, and then you can project them to a different position. And if we project Mafe to defensive end, his number drops from a 10 RAS to 9.86, which is still elite. Still going to be one of the best in this draft class, but not a perfect 10 RAS as he was as a linebacker, which is the group they have him running here. But that's just not. I don't think that's where he's going to project in the NFL. So let's look at Jermaine Johnson, who also ran with this group. So he didn't do the vertical or the broad jump, so he doesn't. His RAS score is not going to be available. But he also listed him at linebacker as well, which is just not something. That's just not where he's going to play. So we'll have to check in on Jermaine Johnson later when after his pro day when he gets like vertical or broad jump scores in. But some other guys who just put up insane number. Brandon Smith 9.99. If you take Mafe out, he's going to have the highest linebacker RAS score, 9.99 from Troy Anderson, which 9.99 is 99.9 percentile. Yeah, it's just been stupid, man. These defenders we've seen today, crazy athleticism. Chad, so 9.99 is basically 99.9 percentile out of all the players since 1987. Leo Chenal, 998. Damone Clark, LSU, 966. Muma, 962. Quay Walker, 958. It's just crazy. Channing Tindall, 947. Well, that's interesting. Let me, because Jeremiah Moon, 893. So let's pull up Moon and see what he did on the jumps, because he was at 40 time wasn't so great. The 4.8140, that's very poor, but his jumps, wow. Jeremiah Moon, 40.5-inch vertical, 11 foot 1 inch broad jump, man. That is some crazy explosion for the Florida Gator. That definitely helps you swallow that 40 time a little bit. Now, let's look at Jeremiah Moon as an edge rusher, defensive end. That's kind of where we saw him play a lot at Florida early on, and he would project as an 8.99 there. His 40 times become a little more palpable if you move him over to defensive end as opposed to linebacker. But I think he is going to be a linebacker at the next level. I think his length and size might, kind of to lean there. But no, those were insane jumps there for Moon. Anxious to see what the agilities come in at if he runs those. That might tell us a lot. So we're getting ready to do some drills here on the field for the linebackers. I imagine these will be different than the ones we've seen. Yeah, these Georgia players, man, have been so good today. As we're not even talking about Devonte Wyatt, man, and his stuff was awesome too. So we're going to do the wave drill here now with the linebackers. And this is the one where basically you're following the coach. He's going to tell you to change directions. And you just don't want to get caught cheating. You see a lot of these guys try to guess the direction. But this is where you expect these linebackers to look smooth, because these are the guys, and they're going to finish catching the ball. here. So that's the difference in this drill than we had with the offensive line and defensive linemen. They're going to finish with catching the ball, but these should be a lot smoother with these guys, because this is, you're expecting to see these guys in space. Now, here's Darian Beavers, who didn't run the 40. I know Shane's a huge fan of his. Great production at Cincinnati. Terrell Bernard. He's looking a little light out there, a little small, but very, very fast. Makes me think when he runs his 40 at the pro day, probably going to get a good number from Terrell Bernard. Darian Butler, another linebacker who didn't run the 40 from Arizona State. Looking smooth. Here's Chance Campbell. Like I said, Campbell's another one I've definitely on my list to go back and check out. 109 tackles this year for Campbell, 5th in the SEC. So he's a productive player. Here's Chenal. 8 sacks this year for the Badger. It's like he doesn't look as comfortable out there in space as the definitely looks like he's more in tune to playing down near the line of scrimmage. Damone Clark, quick feet, man, quick feet. Yeah, Clark, he looks good. Looks good out there. Day 2, late day 2 QB. Here, JoJo Doman. Here's another guy I expect to look really good out here in these drills. Like I said earlier, he's going to be a top one of the top special teams players in this draft class. Day 3, early to mid day 3 player. Here's Isaiah Graham Mobley, Boston College. A little inconsistent with his feet. Christian Harris, that was quick. Good job there from Christian Harris. 5.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles this year, 12.5 tackle for loss. Sun Belt Conference Defensive Player of the Year, DeMarco Jackson, again, was the leading tackler in the Senior Bowl game from App State. Another day 3. Here's Drake Jackson, an edge rusher from Southern Cal out here with the linebacker group. He did not run his 40. Was considered a high first round prospect coming into this draft class. Has slipped a lot. His inconsistent play at Southern Cal. There's Jermaine Johnson out here running these drills. Again, you're going to see some of these big defensive ends out here running these drills, or guys I project to be defensive ends or edge rushers that aren't going to look as smooth as the linebackers. Like Devin Lloyd here, he's going to look better doing this than Jermaine Johnson does, because this is what he does. Lloyd said one of the better pass covering linebackers in this draft class. Here's Boye Mafe. Again, another guy I'm not expecting to look 100% smooth in this, although he's looking good right now. But he's a great athlete, Mafe is. And here's Jacoby McLean for Auburn. I don't know. I mean, I think Owen Papo was a better linebacker prospect from that Auburn team. Papo injured most of this season. Here's see Jeremiah Moon out here. Yeah, a little choppy with his feet. Not as smooth as some of these other guys. But so he's a transition here. I mean, he's going to be transitioning to linebacker, so it's going to take some time. Damone Clark, yeah, I could see it. Late second round. I think the NFL is definitely higher on him than a lot of us in the draft community are. I'm getting there with Damone Clark. Miss Chad Muma there. Here's Mike Rose, Iowa State. Didn't run the 40. But he looks good out there. Quick feet. Good burst there to the ball. Josh Ross now from Michigan. We're doing the wave drill here, where it's all about changing direction, keeping your feet. Yeah, Damone Clark had a good week at the Senior Bowl, no doubt. Just kind of got lost amongst some of the other big performances there, but Clark had a good week. Brandon Smith here. Yeah, this looks good. This looks like the athlete, that you're seeing out there. Channing Tindall is another guy. Looks good in space. Quay Walker is another guy. Yeah, good guy out there in space. Looks good. Yeah, here's Trey Williams. So we didn't get that second 40 from him. He did not look good out there in that drill. But that's not his game. He's a pass rusher. So yeah, we're kind of showing the wave drill and how it translates to the NFL now. They're using Fred Warner from San Francisco as the example here, one of the better linebackers in the NFL. And showing Jermaine Johnson as a follow-up. And I guess this is this Mafe? Yeah. Like I said, I don't think those guys are going to be stand-up backers. I could be wrong, but I feel like those are edge guys. This is good. If you only drafted Georgia players in this draft, you'd probably come away with a pretty good class, right? Like if you had 7 draft picks and you drafted all Georgia players, you'd probably do pretty good with that. I wonder how that would work out. I wonder if you could do that. Like if you're going to get a player, you could get a player in every round. All right, here we're doing the stack and shed drill here, where instead of running through the bags, we're going to touch the bags here. We're going to go in and out, and then we're going to come back over, and then we're going to touch. So you're going front backwards through the 4 bags, then you're going to hop over them with your feet, and then you're going to come back through and hit them on your hands. This is basically just sifting through the trash. You want to do this with control. Some of these guys try to go 100 mile an hour through this drill, but it's almost better to do it with control. I call this the 4-bag shuffle here. So you like Darian Butler here. He's doing it. He looks more controlled and not trying to do it blazing speed like Terrell Bernard did. Here's Chance Campbell again. He looks much more controlled with this than some of the others before him have done. like Chenal there, barely even making contact with the bags with his hands. Here's Damone Clark, 135 tackles this year for LSU. Yeah, he's smooth with his feet. Good job there for Clark. JoJo Doman, Nebraska, falls down going backwards. Not great. And let's start that one over there. That didn't go well. He went ass over tea kettle coming back through the bags there. Here's Isaiah Graham Mobley, now from BC, 52 tackles this year, 2.5 for loss. Does not sound like great production just on the mere sight of it, but have to look up that number later. Christian Harris now. This should be okay. Yeah. Good feet here. Gets over the bags clean. Good job from Christian Harris. DeMarco Jackson, App State. I am a fan on day 3. DeMarco Jackson. That is a good question. I do not know. I'm watching on DirecTV, and then my stream, I would assume, would be a little behind that. So I have no idea. Have you paused your DVR or whatever, and maybe you're a little behind? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. There's Devin Lloyd. Yeah, you want to see your eyes up here when you're going through the bags with your feet. And Lloyd was kind of eyes down a little bit. You don't really want to see that. Here's Mafe. Yeah, he's eyes up here. Good job. That's smooth. Maybe he can play linebacker. Hell, I don't know. But that was I also have DirecTV though, so I don't know. Not sure what that what the problem is. Here's Jeremiah Moon. Let's see how he looks here. There's another one kind of making that transition to linebacker. I like when they slam the hands on the bag instead of just barely touching them. I like to see that violence there. But that was decent from Moon. Here's Muma. This should be good. Yeah. That's so fast, man. It's a good job. That's a good run there from Chad Muma. But yeah, talking about lag, that's the problem me and Shane had the last couple of days. Is Shane was watching the coverage on YouTube TV and I DirecTV, so I had to pause mine to just cut so me and Shane could kind of sync up a little bit the last couple of days. Josh Ross here, not the best run there. Is Muma a first rounder? I don't think so. I think we're going to see Muma come off the board in the mid 40s. I think in round 2 is probably where you'll start to see his range, maybe like 42 to 52 range, somewhere around there. I don't think he's a first rounder though. Here's Nefe Sewell. This wasn't the smoothest run there for him. Channing Tindall, I would think this might be a good go here. Oh yeah, that was nice. That was very, very good from Channing Tindall. Yeah, Quay Walker, 67 tackles this year for the Georgia Bulldogs. That did not look as good as Tindall's did. I mean, it's very, very possible that some teams could have Muma as number 1 on the board. Is he as good a prospect as Logan Wilson was a couple of years ago? I'm sure some teams think he is. If he can develop into what Logan Wilson's been for the Bengals this year, you're going to get a hell of a player. I know that. But yeah, like they said, it only takes one team. So if you have a team there in the late first round that has that big need at linebacker and Chad Muma's is their top guy, then sure, yeah, you could see that happening in the late first round. Now they're showing tomorrow DBs and special teams tomorrow. I guess they're trying to pump up the special teams. There's only one special teamer in this draft I care about, and that's punt god Matt Ariza. But DBs are going to be where it's at tomorrow. Who's going to be the freaky deek tomorrow? It's Kyle Hamilton, right? If we get Kyle Hamilton from Notre Dame testing, he's going to put on a show if he does the testing tomorrow. Kalen Barnes, the corner from Baylor, could threaten the 40 record. Is the word. Will a corner be the fastest 40 at the combine right now? 4.28. Tyquan Thornton at wide receiver is the time to beat. I got a little cash out there on the corner being the fastest 40 at the combine. So hopefully we'll see someone like Kalen Barnes or whatever get faster than that 4.28 just for my pocketbook. Matt Riddleman from CGS, all combine team, Georgia defense. I can't fault that. Josh Norris said the number that you want to see your pass rushers get in the 3-cone 6.89. Anything under 6.89 or below generally has a good track record for success. Trayvon Walker and 6.89 exactly, and Aidan Hutchinson 6.73 3-cone. That is fantastic on that drill. So that is generally a good sign of success. That is a 99.8 percentile 3-cone, 96.8 percentile shuttle for Aidan Hutchinson 4.15. So we're finishing up here tonight. Looks like we're going to wind down probably in the next 30 minutes or so. We're finishing up these linebacker drills. It's going to be a 4.51 shuttle, by the way, for Trayvon Walker as well. So that is pretty insane numbers for him as well. So here we got to chase and come back. I'm trying to figure out this drill here. Try to give you a better description of it, seeing what we're trying to see here. So we're just tracking the quarterback here, seeing what he's doing, and then we're turning around chasing and catching the football. So this is just keeping eyes on the quarterback, watching what he's doing. Let him carry you. Carrying the receiver or running back across the field, then turning around and coming back to the ball. So you're saying the first edge guy here will be between Hutch and Walker. So you're just throwing out Kayvon Thibodeau without even, you're not even factoring him into the conversation here. That just shows you how tremendous this edge class is. And I have Thibodeau as the number one prospect in this class. Yeah, you're probably right on here. And that's not even factoring in George Karlaftis, who's another insanely athletic edge guy. Man, I can't do that. I can't do that with his personality. It's just not something that stuff doesn't bother me. I mean, unless he's out here beating up women and stuff, I'm not just because he has other interests and stuff doesn't bother me. Now, would I like to have seen him do these field drills today? Sure. But I'm not going to hold that against him. He's going to do it all at his pro day. And every NFL team's going to be there. Everybody takes plays off, man. Randy Moss, one of the best wide receivers in football. If that cat wasn't getting the ball in his route, he didn't even attempt to make a play. And he's one of the best wide receivers of all time. Everybody takes a play off. So we're still finishing up this drill here now. We got Josh Ross on the field. No, I am not concerned with Kayvon Thibodeau. Could he possibly fall in the draft? Sure. But some team's going to get a supremely talented player later than they should have. You got Nefi Sewell now. He looks pretty fast out there in this drill. Nefi Sewell. So I think he's an older prospect. Might have to go back and do a little work on that, on him. Watch a little more film on Sewell. Channing Tindall. Well, he just got airmailed by EJ Perry. EJ Perry ain't been kind to some of these guys as these throwing quarterbacks here. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. That's a damn fine football family right there. We're going to talk a lot about Noah Sewell. Their younger brother is a linebacker at Oregon. We're going to speak very highly of him during the 2023 draft process, I do believe. So that's going to wrap up that drill. And we're going to see a little Boye Mafe highlight package. Finisher, man. Coming off the edge, hand usage, just finishes the quarterback. Yeah, just his hands are fantastic. Now here he lines up inside, beats the guard. Now he's chasing down a reverse, finishing the play. Yeah. I definitely think he could end up in that back end of the first round. No doubt. Trayvon Walker unofficially going to end up with a 9.98 RAS after his agility scores come in. 4.32 shuttle, 6.89 3-cone. George Karlaftis 4.36 with his 20-yard shuttle. For comparison's sake, that is the same shuttle time that Garrett Wilson from Ohio State wide receiver had, to show the athleticism of Karlaftis. Yeah, I think Green Bay definitely in play for Mafe. Tennessee Titans, I think, could also be in play back into the first round. All right, here we're doing the little slappy bag drill here where you slap the two bags and go around, just showing explosion, bending around, getting around the corner, using your hands, kind of the dip and rip. drill here. Good note here from Daniel Flick, who's at the combine. Jordan Davis, Devonte Wyatt, they were done about 4 hours ago. They're still here out on the field cheering on the Georgia linebacker group. That's a good that's a brotherhood right there, man. That teammates, all those teammates there. Yeah, stupid time from Hutchinson there on that 20 shuttle. It's DeMarco Jackson here, getting around the bags. Now here's Drake Jackson. Haven't talked much about Drake here. Devin Lloyd. Like I said, I think some of these linebackers, man, might end up falling out of that first round. Just because of all the other players that we're going to try to fit in. There's only 32 spots. And, somebody's got to come out. If you're thinking we're going to get 5 or 6 offensive tackles and, 10 or 11 edge and defensive linemen, 5 or 6 wide receivers, maybe 3 to 4 quarterbacks. And if we get that many QBs, plus a couple of interior offensive linemen, like you said, Nakobe Dean's another. They could fall out of the first round. Like I said, we can't fit all these guys in. As much as we'd like to try, how many more safeties are going to go in the first round other than Kyle Hamilton? Lewis Seen, Daxton Hill, guys I think we're going to see tomorrow perform well. Or how many of those guys are going to go in the first round? And you very well could be right. That is just a position that, despite how important it is on the field, the NFL doesn't seem to have much draft value of that. Yeah, that 11-foot broad jump they just showed Christian Harris. Pretty good. Pretty good. Got some Travis Jones agility drills, 7.33 3-cone, which is 92 percentile for defensive tackles, 4.58 shuttle. Don't know how high that is, but it sounds really freaking good for a man that's is 6'4", 325. I don't think he's getting out of the first round. Yeah, I mean, this draft class is super strong, man. And it's like, because we don't have the quarterbacks that everybody's dying to have, you don't seem to have, like, so it's like everybody's perception is tied to the quarterbacks in every draft class, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. But quarterbacks are what draw the ratings, right? So that's what everybody has to talk about. Every radio spot I do, every podcast I go on between now and, the draft, I'm going to have to talk about quarterbacks, whether I want to or not. Last year, I talked about quarterbacks so much I was sick of talking about quarterbacks. You just get so sick of it. But I mean, that's what drives the attention, because if you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, where are you as a football team? You're not winning. You're not winning like you want to. So, at the end of the day, quarterbacks are what makes it go round. So that's what we're going to talk about a lot between now and April 28th. Shane P. Hallam, at Shane P. Hallam on Twitter, just tweeted out that Trayvon Walker, very good chance, might be in the top 5 of his mock today. And he's basically saying what, you said earlier, that, he could end up ahead of Kayvon Thibodeau, very possible. That Thibodeau falls out of that top 5. I don't think he should, but, very, very possible that happens. But top 5 for Trayvon Walker. What a rise that man's had. So finishing up these linebacker drills, they're at commercial right now. So we're going to be finishing these up in the next few minutes, and then we'll wrap up. We're going to wrap up our coverage tonight. Thanks, everybody, man. It's followed along with me tonight. Sorry you've had to listen to me talk by myself for 5 hours so far tonight, but Shane had much more pressing things to take care of. Hope all that works out for you, Shane. Sorry you're having to go through that. Hopefully, like I said, that works out. But yeah, so everybody, if you're new to the channel, be sure and subscribe. If you're following along there, hit that notification bell. As always, like the videos here on YouTube every Wednesday. Live podcast on YouTube that goes out audio to Spotify, Apple, all those places that have all the cool places that have all the podcasts that you listen to. You can follow the Draft Countdown podcast there, and we'd love if you gave us a 5-star review and gave us a good rating so more people can hear our podcast each and every week. These combine live streams will not be available for audio because nobody wants to listen to me talk for five hours again. So I'm not going to torment people with that. Here we're doing more. We're doing a coverage drill, adjusting, and then coming back. So it's like the wave drill, but it's coverage. And then they come back and backpedal and react is what they call it here. Damone Clark, he's looking really good, man. Really clean, everything he's done today. Yeah. It's like that. You hope you're getting someone as good as Myles Garrett is with these edge rushers in this class. Myles Garrett's been a stud for the Browns. Yeah, Shane tweets out, going to have trouble with stock down part of today's recap. He's not lying. It's been a day for some insanity. Only guy I can think of that has disappointed me, maybe that's because I expected so much of him, was Kingsley Enigmar. Thought he would run better. But like I said, the rest of his testing seems to have gone fine. I don't know if his agilities have come in yet. Apparently something has, because his RAS is now dropped to 5. Let's see, 5.83. No agilities, only the vertical and the 440. So Enigmar. Hey, thank you, man, for following along tonight. We appreciate your support last night and tonight, man. It's been great having you and everybody else pop in and comment and chat and talk about all these prospects. It's been awesome. We're going to do it again tomorrow, a little bit earlier tomorrow. I think they're starting off at 1 Central, 2 Eastern tomorrow. So come back for all the DBs tomorrow. And I guess special teams guys are going to do stuff too. But DBs tomorrow, Zacoby McClain falls down on his little run there. So I guess he'll give it another go. But yeah, so we're winding down here on the linebackers. Yeah, it does not look like Kingsley Enigmar did the shuttles or the broad jump. So Shane, if you're listening and you need that stock down, it might just be Enigmar. I'm definitely going to have to move him down a little bit on my board. Now looking like, athletically speaking, he might end up being in that late second, early third round range now for sure. Chad Muma falls down twice. Yeah, he got frazzled there on that. Here's Mike Rose now, Iowa State linebacker. Josh Ross, Michigan out here. He's looking good there on his strides. Not bad at all. Leo Chenal, big numbers on his jumps. 40.5-inch vertical, 10'8" broad jump, 6'3", 250 pounds. Had that official 4.5 340. I got to tell you, as fast as Nefi Sewell's looked in some of these drills, I'm surprised he didn't run a faster 40. He's looked quick out there with his feet and everything in some of these chase drills here. It's Channing Tindall now going to finish up his one of the last drills he'll have here. Like I said, he's got some of the best closing speed of any linebacker in this draft class. Just watching him finish is a pleasure to watch out there when you're on his tape. Quay Walker there. I got Trey Williams from Arkansas. As I stated before, he went over 5 seconds on his 40. This is not his game here. He's a defensive end, not a linebacker. We're going to let Chad Muma go again since he went down a couple of times on his run with this back pedal and react drill. Much better this time from Muma. Finishes with a catch. 3 interceptions in his career. Like I said, the comparisons will be made to Logan Wilson as they both played at Wyoming. So it's an easy comparison to make. And we're showing some Devin Lloyd highlights here now on screen. Another, like I said, potential first-round linebacker. Thought he would be a smidge faster in the 40 than he was. .466 official 40 time for Devin Lloyd. So we should see those official linebacker times come in any minute now. Yeah, that's a better time. So yeah, these times are still coming in faster. Official times are coming in faster than the unofficial times, which is backwards from how it's worked in the past. Well, hell, it's opposite of the way it worked on the first day, because the receiver times were coming in faster unofficial than they were official. Then it's like they over adjusted last night. They seem to have not fixed it yet. So I believe this is going to be the short zone react on the ball drill that they were doing with the defensive ends earlier, where it makes absolutely a lot more sense here, because these are the players that are going to be in that short zone and having to cover the flats, cover those outside the outs and everything. So this drill makes perfect sense for these guys, where with some of the edge guys, it didn't really make a ton of sense. So yeah, that shuttle 71 percentile for Travis Jones, but still a 9.66 RAS score for him. Here's Damone Clark. So he looks so smooth, man, on all these field drills today. The LSU product. Going to go higher. I think he's going to go day 2 when it's all said and done. I think we see Damone Clark in that 3rd round range. There's Christian Harris from Alabama, another linebacker, day probably early to mid 2nd round talent. DeMarco Jackson, he's a linebacker I'm going to love to see. The team's going to love him there day 3. Here's Drake Jackson, Southern Cal. That didn't go too bad there for a guy. Don't project to be a linebacker. Project him as a defensive end as well. Here's Jermaine Johnson. Not as smooth as, some of these other linebackers, and I wouldn't expect it. Devin Lloyd. Now, this should look good for Lloyd. This is what he does. This is his game. Yeah. I mean, five career interceptions, 8 PBUs for Lloyd. Mafe, like I said, this is not where he should not be his strong suit here. You're not going to ask Boye Mafe to cover very often. Next Gen Stats put up the defensive tackle athleticism scores, and Jordan Davis is 11 points ahead of Devonte Wyatt. He broke the damn machine. Just a crazy day for Jordan Davis, man. It feels like we've been talking about it all day now. It's because we have, and it's because it's ridiculous as you would expect. We're going to still have a few more drills probably after this last commercial break here for the linebackers, and then we're going to wrap it up for tonight. But again, thanks everybody who's tuned in up to this point. It's been fun, man. Whether you've been watching this on Twitter or Facebook or here on YouTube, thanks everybody who's tuned in tonight. I can't thank you guys enough for all the support that you're giving to Draft Countdown. When you do this, it's been a great year for us since we relaunched Draft Countdown in late August. We've just seen the numbers continuously go up, showing all the support that everybody gives us out there. It's awesome, and we appreciate every one of you that check out the site. We love providing that content. Yeah, been a good night for Leo Chenal, Wisconsin. Another good big number for him. Definitely a guy who's I can't imagine the amount of traffic that Raz.football is probably getting over these last 3 days. This can't just tweet it. It appears he's broke the site again. So. So again, we're in commercial break here with the NFL Network coverage. We got still doing some linebacker drills here. And this is more chase and react drills. This is more sideline, go run one way, run the other way type deals. It's just literally just like chasing players across the field here. There's Devin Lloyd out there on the field now, and like I said, this is who he is. He's probably the best pass coverage linebacker in this class I've said that multiple times tonight. It's because it's true. Well, that didn't pay out, did it? So we haven't seen Nakobe Dean do any of these drills. They're showing some of his highlight package on NFL Network now. He didn't run or do any of the drills, so we'll have to wait, for Georgia Pro Day, or NFL teams will have to wait for Georgia Pro Day to see that. But yeah, they're basically showing how instinctual he is as a player, and which is, his football IQ is tremendous. I mean, here he is out here covering, like almost as a corner and just making a break on the ball. That was against Florida. Here he is rushing the passer, just beating the guard like a drum. Yeah, but so Georgia Pro Day for Nakobe Dean for everything. I guess he's going to do everything there. We probably won't obviously see that, but unless NFL Network has live coverage of their Pro Day. They're showing a by the numbers comparison here. Dean did measure in sub 6 foot. So, I mean, there may be some concerns there with some teams over that. They're comparing Jonathan Vilma, NFL great linebacker there. So, it's like they're lining up, getting set up for the next drill. Grinding out these last few minutes, it appears. So, like I said, looks like we're still waiting on them to finish up the linebacker drills here. Still on commercial break here on the NFL Network. We're done with for the most part, I think we're done with the testing for the defensive linemen. I think all the ones who are going to do shuttles or do agilities have done them. I guess the linebackers will still have to do that. We'll see if they end up doing it after these field drills, or if they'll just they'll shut her down like the running backs did last night and just say, no, we'll do that at Pro Day, which is altogether possible. always a possibility. That's kind of what the wide receivers did on night one because they were the last ones to go, and they're like, "No, it's too late. We'll do this at Pro Day." Five and a half hours into this coverage tonight, and yeah, we're doing like ball tracking here, drills behind the desk with these linebackers. They're not showing it actually on TV, but we're showing Chris Rose and Peter Schrager and Charles Davis. So we're just getting some recap of the bench press here for the linebackers. 225 is the weight that they lift, and 25 reps for Devin Lloyd. Chad Muma, 27 reps. Is the bench press an outdated way of measuring strength for these prospects? Probably. But it's what we do. So and they're showing some of these some of Quay Walker here today. Like I said, not a whole lot of pub for Quay Walker. You don't hear a whole lot about him, but he's very, very good. Going to start in the NFL for a long time, probably. Christian Harris, now they're showing that electric 40 time that he had. Didn't see that official number. Matter of fact, I don't think they've showed the official numbers yet for all the linebackers. Well, it appears that they're just not going to show those any more of those field drills, I guess. We're just kind of just going back over what we've seen from these linebackers. Showing Jermaine Johnson here. Like I said, he's a pass rusher, man. Just let him get after the quarterback. I don't want to see this guy drop it into coverage. Yeah. Tomorrow, defensive backs, 1 o'clock Central, 2 Eastern. Kyle Hamilton, that's their featured guy there. If he tests, it's going to be very, very good. So let's start looking at that tomorrow, and let's look at some of the DBs that are going to go. And who we're going to be talking about tomorrow. And we'll start at corner. When we look at the corners, and you're looking at the name that's going to pop off is Kalen Barnes, Baylor, because, there's a very good chance. He was a Texas State high school 100-meter champion. That's fast. If you're fast in Texas, you're fast. So Kalen Barnes, a guy we're going to see tomorrow. Are we going to see Sauce Gardner work out, the Cincinnati corner? Could he be cornerback 1? Derek Stingley's not going to work out. We do know that. Another guy who is going to be really fast is Tariq Woolen from UTSA, the corner there. Will Marcus Jones be able to work out? I don't know. But he is he's one to watch. Trent McDuffie and Kyler Gordon, I think, are both going to be electric tomorrow, the pair of Washington corners. How's Roger McCreary going to test? We know he's got the arm length issues from the Senior Bowl, but is he going to be fast enough to offset that? He's one of the better man cover corners in this draft class. Just some. I mean, that's going to be a super fast group for sure. But yeah, Marcus Jones is a guy. If you're looking for a dynamo return man, that's going to be your guy. Probably. I think he'll be available early on day 3. So we're looking forward to that as well. Kaiir Elam, Florida. What are we going to get out of him? Who are some of the safeties to watch tomorrow? We've already talked about Kyle Hamilton. He's a number 1, but how about Lewis Seen from Georgia, Daxton Hill from Michigan? 2 guys that I expect are going to test well. Jalen Petrie from Baylor, awesome player, was great at the Senior Bowl. So that's another guy to look forward to tomorrow. Trying to think of maybe a Jaquan Brisker is another guy that is going to test well. A sneaky guy like on day 3, Tyson Anderson from Toledo. Thought he was great at the Senior Bowl. Played a little linebacker down there as well. So he's a name to watch. So that's, some of the corners and safeties. And it appears that we are done with the linebackers. So that means I am going to wrap this thing up. Thanks everybody who tuned in tonight, be it Facebook, be it Twitter, be it here on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. So you hit the notification bell, get notified when we do these videos during the week. And we're going to live stream the NFL draft. We talked about that. So you're not going to want to miss that. That's going to be awesome. We're going to be back at this tomorrow, 2:00 Eastern, 1:00 Central. I'll maybe doing this alone again. We'll see if Shane will be able to come back tomorrow. Missed you, Shane, tonight. Missed you a lot, buddy. Follow us on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. Follow Shane on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. Follow Draft Countdown on Twitter at Draft Countdown. DraftCountdown.com is the place to be for daily coverage of the 2022 NFL Draft and beyond. For everybody that watched tonight, man, I super appreciate everybody that come in and chat. Thanks a lot, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow.